Hey everyone, this is Carlos. I'm the founder and CEO of Product School. I want to officially welcome you to ProductCon, the world's largest product management conference. Today's agenda is packed with inspirational learnings from some of the best product leaders. They all work at incredible companies that are changing the world, such as Facebook, Nike, or Walt Disney. So I also want to say thank you to the thousands of people who are connected right now from so many different parts of the world. This is today's Thursday, September 10th at 9 a.m. ish here in San Francisco, California. And I know for a fact that some of you are staying up at night. For you, maybe it's actually tomorrow. I have a list of cities here that some of you mentioned in the comments. So I want to say special thanks to people in Bangalore, India, Singapore, Tokyo, Japan, Berlin, Germany, Madrid, Spain, obviously so many different parts of the US. So to all of you, thank you. It's going to be totally worth it. This event is organized by Product School and supported by our incredible sponsors. So I also want to thank them to make this happen. Google, Waymo, Miro, Heap, Mixpanel, Discovery, DevBridge Group, Product Board, Algolia, Mural, Fivetran, and Indicative. To all of you, thank you for giving back to the product community and building products that are being loved by some of us. So we are live, and this is happening in so many different social networks at the same time. Main point of contact would be LinkedIn Live, but if you don't have a LinkedIn account or you prefer to use a different channel, that's totally fine. We're on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. The best way to find us is to look for Product School because we're live streaming from our company page. And by the way, this is completely free. And there is no right or wrong answer because we're going to be monitoring all the comment sections. And if you have any question for the speaker, for us, you want to connect with another attendee, that's fair play. So feel free to engage with the audience. This is meant to be an interactive event, and we are also experimenting with a new thing called Product School Virtual Lounge. This is a lounge where we will give you free access to download all the slides, to see the agenda, the bios of the speakers, all the sponsors. We have a booth where they are offering goodies and access to their products. So feel free to hang out there. It's absolutely free as well. Just go to productschool.com/lounge and you'll get access right away. So on a separate note, I want to explain a little bit more about how the event will work. We have a total of 10 talks divided in 2 blocks of 3 hours each. Each speaker's talk is around 25 minutes and we'll have breaks in between. But don't worry because I'm going to be giving you a heads up throughout the entire event. And by the way, if you enjoy any particular talk, a quote, a slide, whatever it is, feel free to take a screenshot and share it on social media. If you tag us or Product School on Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, anywhere you want, that would be nice because we can also give you additional exposure and reshare your post. If you add a hashtag like product management, or if you're on Twitter, use the hashtag PRODMGMT. That's great. This way more people can learn about what's going on and join the conversation. And just to make things a little more interesting, we're going to be raffling 5 full paid scholarships worth $1,000 each to get free product management training. So the more you post on social media, the more chances you have to win. We'll make sure to announce all the winners at the end of the conference. And by the way, this is huge, but this wasn't like that 6 years ago when I started. This is just a photo of me in San Francisco in the summer of 2014. I was sharing a desk with 2 other people and I just had an idea. And a lot of people ask me, but why did you start a product school? And my answer is very simple. This was a solution to my own problem. I wish there was something like this when I was getting started. I started computer science, so I come from a technical background, and even though I was good at coding, I soon realized that I didn't want to spend the rest of my life coding or working as an engineer. And back in the day, product management wasn't really that popular, so I was lost. I didn't know my options. So back in the day, the closest alternative I would say was maybe business school, and that's what I did. I went to UC Berkeley to study business, and that was very refreshing to know that, first of all, there were so many other engineers or technical people thinking business. So I knew that, okay, I'm not the only one who has this problem, and I think that this might be a good solution, but I wasn't really sure. At least I knew that there were more people with my problem. I also met a lot of incredible people that were coming from a more traditional business background, such as management consulting or finance. They actually wanted to work in tech, they wanted to get their hands dirty a little bit, but they were feeling very intimidated by not knowing how to code or working with other engineers. So the interesting thing is that there were 2 big groups of people trying to tackle the same problem from different angles. And the most funny thing is here is that in an entire business program, there wasn't a single subject that would teach product management or even digital marketing, data analytics, UX design. So there are a lot of people here that want to work in tech, they want to build digital products, and there's nothing that is really teaching them how to do it. So that was a lot of inspiration for me. So anyway, after graduation, I continued working, building my own startups, working in product, and after 10 years, I realized that there has to be a better solution. And that's why I decided to start a product school. It's a hybrid in between an engineering school and a business school that gets the best out of both worlds and can help people not only break into product, but also grow their product careers. And it does it in a much more efficient way. I believe that lifelong learning is a good thing, and you don't have to stop your life or put your life on hold in order to learn. So all of the trainings and certifications that we offer are on weeknights or weekends. This way you can continue with your life, and that also allows us to have the best instructors because they are not teachers. They are product leaders working at Google, Facebook, Uber, Twitter, and so on. Actually, some of the speakers today are also product school instructors. So that is the whole concept of product school. And in addition to the training component, we built the largest community of product people. So 6 years forward, we are over 1 million members from all over the world, and we are putting out interesting content to help the community grow, such as 1,000 events per year, 6 conferences like this one per year. By the way, it's all absolutely free. We also have a jobs board where there are companies hiring. We also have discussion forums, books, benchmark reports. The point is, there was a missing opportunity here for people in product to get together, to learn from each other, share best practices, and kind of create this community that we were all craving for. And that's what we're all about. So thank you for being part of the community, and I'm sure that you're going to have an amazing learning experience today. So without any further ado, I would love to introduce our first speaker of the day. His name is Tim Holley, and he's the Vice President of Product at Etsy.
Hi everyone, my name is Tim Holley, and I'm a VP of Product at Etsy. Today, I'm going to be sharing some tips and tricks for creating and sharing a product strategy. I'll talk through why product strategy matters, some basics of how to develop it, and some tactics for sharing out your strategy. So we'll start with a basic question that I'm sure all of you get all the time. What are you working on? I usually hear one of three responses. The first, I'm working on a really long list of exciting features. Now that's great, but what are all those features aiming to do? What's the value that they're adding for the customer experience and for the business? The second answer, I'm working on a really inspiring but completely intangible vision statement. Now, I really hope that your work contributes to helping your company achieve its vision, but this really doesn't help me understand specifically what you're contributing to that vision. The third one, and this is rare, and I really hope it isn't you, but sometimes I hear, I have no clue. This is often a symptom of a top-down command and control culture. Well, unsurprisingly, I think that product strategy can help in all of these types of situations. If you're stuck in feature land, a strategy will help you get out of the details and outline how all the different pieces fit together. Conversely, if you're way out in vision land, a strategy will help you make your work more tangible. And if you really have no idea what's going on, a strategy should help to clarify to you and the team what you're working on and why. So if a product strategy can do all those things, how do you go about developing one? Let's start with some definitions of some important terms. Vision is the why behind the work. It's your team's North Star, and it should really rarely change. The strategy is the how. It's how you'll realize that vision. It's something that evolves, but shouldn't change too often. Otherwise, things do get confusing because you have to continually articulate new and updated strategies. The tactics are the specific features that you build to forward the strategy. And these change all the time because, of course, you're learning based on what you're launching and refining the tactics that you're using. I'll be honest, I often get confused about the specific definition of strategy, and I refer back to Jeff Weiner's post, From Vision to Values, all the time for a really crisp definition of strategy and some good examples from his time at LinkedIn. So I'll just share a little secret. A good strategy starts with really understanding the needs of your customers, the dynamics of your business, and the market that you're operating in. That's a shocker, I know, but in nearly all situations, the deeper your understanding, the more compelling your strategy will be. I was recently putting together a strategy for a new focus area at Etsy, and someone on my team commented it seemed to come together really fast. The actual strategy writing piece was indeed pretty quick, but behind the scenes, we had spent months gathering the information that we needed to really inform the strategy. So while the writing part might be quick, the overall process can take time, and it's not that easy. So if a strategy starts with insights, where do you start? First, I'll say that there isn't a specific playbook for this. The types of questions you'll be asking will really be dependent on your product, the phase of growth of your company, and the specific business goals that you have. That said, these are some common questions that I typically ask at this point. Start with research. What do we know from research? Which customer pain points come up all the time? If you have a voice of the customer program, consult it. If you have a sales team or maybe a support team, you talk to your customers all the time, meet with them to understand what they're hearing. Once you've collected customer needs, next step is to figure out if different audiences have different needs. This is important because it will help your strategy be more specific and targeted towards a very clear subset of your overall customer base. One thing that I find is often overlooked is reviewing research that's happened in the past. Unless you're part of a really young company or maybe working on a completely new area, chances are other teams have investigated similar things in the past, and you usually don't need to reinvent the wheel. You can really dig into what they learn and then build on it. The perfect complement to research is data analysis. Dig into the data to understand which audiences are most valuable. This might be in terms of revenue generated, might be in terms of how often they use your product, or another key KPI that you really care about. Another thing to dig into is which audience is growing fastest, which is declining. This might highlight some untapped needs and opportunities that you might be able to focus on. And then getting a little bit more detailed, what do you know about how your product performs? For example, do you know where the biggest drop-offs in the funnel are? Which platforms or maybe channels are working really well? And then it really helps to look outside of your business to understand what's happening in the market at large. How's the economy doing? Are your customers impacted? Are their behaviors and interests changing? Of course, it's pretty important to think about these things at the moment in a time of rapid change like the ones that we've seen over the last 6 months. Observing what your key competitors are doing is also really important. Now, I'm not saying obsess about their every move or every new feature that they launch, but definitely have a pulse on their progress. And finally, who does the thing that you want to do really well? Just like you don't need to necessarily go back and repeat past research, you also don't need to dream up novel solutions to every problem you have. Take inspiration from other products that are doing a really good job of meeting customer needs. But note, it very rarely works just to copy one-to-one what they're doing. Only you really understand your customers and the business. So the reason you did all of that digging is to generate useful insights that help define the specific problem that you want to solve. Only once you've defined the problem does it then make sense to think about how to solve it. Of course, given that you're sitting on a whole bunch of information, a whole bunch of research you've just done, you want to show it all off, right? Well, in my experience, that's a pretty surefire way to overwhelm and confuse the people who haven't done all the research you've done. In my experience, reducing your focus down to 3 strategy statements or strategic pillars, depending on how you name them, is really useful. You can then use all the research you're sitting on to make a clear case for how and why each part of the strategy matters. I'll walk through a specific example from a past project at Etsy. When you're introducing the strategy, using simple shorthand titles makes them really easy for people to refer to and should give a clear sense of the areas that you're focusing on without being overly prescriptive. I've also found it really helpful to bring the strategy to life with some visuals. It turns out that most people do really well with images, and they often help to communicate a lot of information without using a ton of words, which, let's be honest, no one will read anyway. Using a headline for the strategy brings the area to life a bit. In this example, the title of Social Proof, while it might introduce some ideas in people's minds, it can be made a little bit more tangible by focusing in on a headline of Show how products fit into other buyers' lives. In this example, we also start to introduce the concept of what value the strategy will add to a specific buyer. A specific audience. In this case, it's buyers at Etsy. The final and maybe most important part of the strategy is using your research to make a clear case for why this matters. This is not a laundry list of all the data points you've researched, but rather the most critical ones that make the strategy compelling. We often refer to these as reasons to believe. Now, I haven't shown all of the reasons to believe here. You can see the slide is a little truncated, but hopefully you get a sense of how both qualitative and quantitative research are used to bring the story to life. One thing I've learned is that a good product strategy can make product people feel uncomfortable, especially when you're making a transition from leading a squad to leading a group of squads. When you're used to dealing in stories and A/B tests, the strategic statements can sometimes feel vague. They're intentionally not specific features, which are usually really easy for product people to talk about. Most of us are used to moving really quickly, and executing on a strategy, on the other hand, will often take time. When you're used to measuring progress in the value you created in a sprint, or maybe looking at the results of specific A/B tests, a strategy can feel like a really long marathon. And honestly, I think that's good. It means you can likely spend enough time, maybe many months or many quarters, working on it because there's a lot to dig into and a lot to work on. Another thing I've observed is that many product people feel the need to work on all areas of a strategy at once. Now, more often than not, you'll be resource constrained, and so you'll need to make some decisions to focus on one part of the strategy, potentially before moving on to another. And that's fine. Don't spread yourself too thin. as uncomfortable as that might seem, because it may feel like you're not able to make progress on all areas at once. So you've done some hard work. Congrats. Give yourself a high five. Now you have another challenge. You need to communicate out the strategy to make it truly useful. Here's a non-exhaustive list of some people who I think you should be sharing your work with. Now, first off, if you're unveiling your strategy to your direct peers in engineering, design, research, analytics, marketing, for example, then I would really recommend starting again. If your strategy doesn't include their feedback and their input, chances are it's not very good. Strategies created in a vacuum very rarely succeed. Now, I know documentation is rarely anyone's favorite thing to do, but it's really important. Writing down your strategy makes it easier to refer back to, and it makes it less likely that things will be misinterpreted. And this is even more important now, given that we can't rely on, in-person meetings as we might have done in the past, and the fact that many people are operating on updated schedules to allow them to make working from home more successful for them. I found that a deck format usually works best for 3 key reasons. 1, it forces you to prioritize information on a slide rather than ramble on in big, long paragraphs. 2, it allows you to be visual. Like I said before, people really like pictures. And 3, the content can be easily shared in different ways. It can be shared as a pre-read for people to digest before you meet with them. It can then be reused to present when you're in that meeting. So, reusing your work is really great. Now, of course, your mileage might vary a little bit depending on your company's culture and ways of working. But from the experience I've had, long-form written docs rarely tend to get engaged with. So you made a deck, you're done, right? Well, the next step is to really think about how people will digest that information. In my experience, you need to communicate information at least 3 times, usually in different ways, before people understand it. A typical flow I've seen to be successful is, first, share the strategy deck in a way that lets people digest it on their own time. Usually this is sharing via email or maybe via Slack, and then giving them a few days to digest it and really think about questions that they might have. Then have a meeting to walk through the strategy with your teams. I know, nobody loves meetings, but talking through a strategy is really helpful because it adds a little bit of color and a little bit more context than maybe you're able to communicate exclusively in a deck. And then really encourage people to ask questions, either live in the meeting, as comments in the doc, or maybe as direct DMs to you. This helps people who are comfortable asking questions in different ways know that they have the opportunity to have themselves heard. Then another kind of sometimes somewhat strange practice is repeating strategic pillars as much as you can. So for example, in many of our team meetings, we start with the components of our strategy at the beginning of each meeting. And we really make it clear what each track of work is, or how each track of work is laddering up to helping to forward the strategy. This can sometimes feel redundant and repetitive, but it's really useful to help keep the strategy feel front and center and on everyone's minds. Once you've communicated with your peers, your manager, your team, and key stakeholders, there's often one really important stakeholder group left to talk to. Now, this might be a little bit more applicable to larger organizations, but knowing how to effectively position your strategy to your leadership team, this might be your group leads, the C-suite, the board, is really important in helping them understand why you're investing your team's time and resources in a certain way. Your goal with this group is to clearly outline 3 things, and these shouldn't be a surprise. What areas you've decided to prioritize, the most crucial insights that inform your work, and based on what you know today, some of the key areas that you're planning on tackling. This is why I use the format that I introduced earlier, because you should be really able to reuse it. You might need to tweak it a little bit for this specific group. Maybe you need to leave out a little bit of information that's really useful for the team, but maybe not for the execs. But ultimately, it should be very much reusable. Now, when you're presenting to them, there's some common signs if you've missed the mark. And you hopefully can use some of these signs in the moment to start to course correct your communication a little bit to get things back on track. But first, people start using their phone. We've all been in meetings when, everyone's heads go down, they start playing on their phone. It's a pretty good sign you've lost them. Another good sign or bad sign is that there are no questions or potentially way too many questions. This is a signal that the information was shared at the wrong level. No questions, and there's not enough specific detail. Too many questions, and people are getting caught up on the nitty-gritty details. And one way that you know that this is not working is after the fact, if you're not getting shout outs in company-wide forums. Ultimately, what this means is that the team you're presenting to, the executive team, the board, whatever, did not really understand it, and ultimately it's not top of mind for them. Your goal when speaking to the executive team is to really empower them with language that they can reuse when they're talking about the work. Now, they don't speak product, not because they don't care about product management, but because they have other things on their mind, and more often than not, they have other areas of expertise. So it's really important to use clear, non-jargony language that they can then reuse in other meetings that they're having. You know you've done this well when you hear your manager or your leadership team repeating the terms or the concepts that you introduced. Okay, time to wrap things up. So you focused on your strategy, and you focused on a few key opportunities that you think are the most important in investing in. You documented everything really clearly, and you've successfully communicated it. Well, now the hard work and hopefully the fun starts, executing on the strategy with your team. Good luck. Thank you for having me at ProductCon, and I'm really looking forward to taking your questions.
I am thrilled to announce the third annual edition of the Prodi Awards. The Prodi Awards, or the Prodis, are the awards honoring the best digital products of the year. Take a look. Think of the Prodis as the Grammys or the Emmys or the Oscars, but for the product management industry. We want to know what are those products that product managers love. And there's no better way than putting the user in the middle and making you vote. So the first step is to nominate those potential winners. So officially starting today, September 10th, and until the end of September, we'll allow anyone in the community to nominate the products. We identified 22 categories that go from A/B testing to user onboarding to wireframing and so on. And then once we close nominations, we'll open the voting period for the entire month of October. We'll also invite you to vote and tell us what you think. And then by the end of October, we'll announce the winners in November. I can't wait to know what are the products that you love. Thank you.
Thank you for tuning in today to listen in. I'm sorry we can't do this in person, but we are where we are. Thank you to the Product School for having me here. So what I thought I'd do today is share some of my learnings from the last 15 years of my career, particularly focused on the product management track. And I titled it Moving Beyond Getting It Done because I think when you start out with really focusing on everything about the product. And as you move up, it just becomes more about the people. So how I started out, I actually started out as a product development engineer in my career after I got a bachelor's degree from the University of Florida, go Gators. And I did that for about 3.5 years until, of course, I realized, like I'm sure many of you, that I wanted to do something broader that had a little bit more breadth of responsibility. And I decided to go get my MBA. And because I wasn't sure which career track I wanted to do exactly, I decided to join a rotation program at Intel. And that's where I got a taste for product management, and I loved it. And I ended up getting a full-time offer at Intel for a strategic planning role, which is essentially like the planning part of product management, where you are talking about the features, the vision, the strategy, defining the business models, etc. But because of the long life cycle of hardware, you're not actually in charge of the execution. Yes, makes it very cozy. And then the last few years, I actually started doing the more traditional product management role. Currently, I am a principal product director at Nike, where I have the pleasure of leading a team working on several retail products and experiences. So I think everybody's kind of seen this, but when you start out in your PM career, you're really focusing on the what. You're focusing on the definition, on feature releases, on the nitty gritty. You are probably working with engineering every day. You're writing user stories. You're calling into stand-ups, etc. But as you move up in your career, your breadth really increases in kind of two parts. One is you're probably managing multiple products at that point. And then you're also in charge of the vision, the strategy, the business model. You're exploring different options. You're not given something and then told to work on part of it. You're the one setting that. So this is really focused on the why. And then, of course, along with that comes the fact that you're now coaching, mentoring, managing, leading, and more importantly, inspiring. You're the one that needs to be in charge of how you set up your organization, your company, the people for success to ultimately launch awesome products in the market. So a few years ago, the company I was part of acquired another company. And I was part of the tech due diligence team, and they asked me to join as a product lead once we finished the acquisition. And this org never really had a product team, so I was one of their first product managers. And I went in swinging with the fences. So I immediately spoke up about how I thought things should be in terms of processes and product and who our target customers are, et cetera. I didn't hold back in every meeting, no matter who it was. And that didn't go so well. It was a very engineering-driven organization. I'm sure none of you are in that situation. And the CEO of that company, the founder and CEO that we acquired, was an engineer himself, and he was still there as part of the acquisition. And though we launched some pretty cool products, I would say ultimately it was a huge failure on my part to bring everybody along the journey. And so my first kind of tip, advice, learning is that communication is key. This is so obvious, but it can get lost, particularly for A-type blunt personalities like myself, and I'm sure many of you. Everyone has different communication styles, so adapting yourself to that is very important. Obviously, don't lose who you are, but your goal is to get through what the vision is and to collectively come up with something great. And it's important to listen and communicate effectively in that regard. And not everything has to be said in meetings. So I am a very blunt person, as I said before. Take time to address some issues one-on-one with individuals. You don't have to speak all the time about everything and make your voice heard. It's okay to deal with things offline and not doing it in a big forum. And in fact, I recommend that if you're part of an acquisition or startup. And then be proactive. Put a lot of thought into what might people be thinking about. So in a lot of these big meetings, you're sitting, whether it's like the CEO or VP of a $34 billion P&L or a CEO of a 5-person startup, they have a ton of learnings and thoughts and their own agenda, and be proactive about listening to it, about thinking about it before you go into a meeting with them. Think about their point of view, empathize, and put some thought into it, because I think it will help you a lot, not only to learn more about their point of view, but I think you can make your points across better when you get to meet them. So I think because of the nature of product management, it's kind of in our role to point out things that are wrong, that need improvement. It's our nature to look at something, give feedback, and improve upon it. And that's me as well, personally. And I think one of my biggest learnings is that we have to put a lot of thought and effort to highlight our accomplishments and the things that aren't problems, because it's not just our job to ship products, it's our job to inspire people to ship successful products, and to inspire an organization to drive a culture to ship successful products. And so a couple of tips specifically are celebrate and highlight accomplishments, along with all the lowlights and things that need improvement. Don't forget to point out the good things. And connect everyone to the vision and impact over and over and over. So in the past few years, I take time every month, for example, to do a pretty big meeting with a large number of engineers and stakeholders, where I walk them through the accomplishments and highlights, and I pull things from customers or something that shows kind of the impact of the product, because I really think it's important to connect the people working on things with what the ultimate vision and output is. And I think driving that morale when times are good will really help you when things are bad. As I have grown in my career, I have found that it's been pretty hard to balance the transparency part with the inspiration part. I am very honest. Yes, yeah, I'm sure you can sense a trend right now. And so it's in my nature to tell people everything that's going on. Oh, what did leadership talk about? And tell me, or what's the state of the company, and everything to everybody under me or stakeholders or everybody all the time. And though I think that's fine and it's important to be transparent, I also think it is our job to maintain the cool. And one question I started asking myself is, will it make you do your job better if you know X, Y, Z? And will it help you personally? I don't want to cause unnecessary worry. I don't want to put anybody into situations where they're extremely distracted. And I'm not saying we shouldn't be transparent, but there's a way to be transparent while maintaining a sense of hope and inspiration, and not necessarily complaining about things all the time. And I speak this from experience, because that same situation that I was in before we acquired a company, the morale was really low. And instead of me trying to up that morale and increase it, I kind of participated in it. And when you're participating in it, you are extending it. And we should have been doing the opposite. We should have been trying to inspire, acknowledge the complaints, try to fix them, but not just sit in this low land of morale forever. So I think just asking yourself that and being really thoughtful of particularly the people who come under you or who are newer to more junior roles, it's important to maintain that sense of hope and cool and transparency, particularly when things are bad. So I think one of the biggest mental switches is you're really focused as a PM if you're working on an individual product on the nitty gritty, right? And so although that's good, it's in our nature to prioritize and be laser focused. Think big. So how does this tie to the company's business model? If you're a director or VP or higher, that's your job. It's like, is this the best thing that we could do? Are we fulfilling a need? Are we bringing in revenue or fulfilling your company's mission via these products? You should be setting aside time to think about this, because you're going to be in so many other things and fires that you need to proactively set time. And then at the same time, advocate for your product across the company. So in my career, I think I've done a fairly good job of this part actually. And it's helped a lot. Just advocate for your product to everybody, because it takes everybody to ship a successful product. Sales, operations, marketing, Engineering, of course. Everybody should know what you're trying to do, and it ultimately will help the product at the end of the day. And then kind of along with that, as you keep moving up, you're going to lose track of knowing your products intimately. You know everything from something minute, and then all of a sudden you're running multiple products, and you might not have the level of depth for each of them that you had previously. So a couple pieces of advice. This one's obvious, but don't forget to use your team's products. And then when you do use them, don't immediately communicate the things you don't like. Can't count the number of times we're working on something and you get an email from somebody, VP, saying, "Oh, this is great, but and along with that, establish processes that allow PMs to highlight the accomplishments or issues and allow people to give voice to their thoughts and concerns. I find that we need to have different levels of these communications, product reviews, not just between product managers, but then also product reviews to external stakeholders. Maybe that's marketing, maybe that's sales, it's engineering, etc. I think different audiences warrant different level of discussion. And so setting those processes early on allows everybody to have a voice, allows everybody to ensure that you're on the right track. And ultimately, in my opinion, leads to more successful products. And then I'm going to end this with a slightly facetious note, but it is serious advice. Don't send an email while you're mad. I speak from experience. And that is my son, Ethan, when he was mad. But anyways, I would like to thank you all so much for listening to me drone on and on. Please feel free to comment on this, even though it's a recording. I will check the comment section and answer any questions that you might have. I'm incredibly curious to know what challenges you all are facing. And if there's anything I can answer or any feedback you have, I would sincerely appreciate it. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
I hope you're enjoying the conference so far. So this is ProductCon number 5 out of 6 in 2020. We typically do most of those conferences in person, but this year, due to circumstances, we decided to do them online. We actually were able to squeeze in one in-person ProductCon in February in London, and then we decided to move everything else to online. The next and last ProductCon of 2020 will be on November 5th. So if you are liking what you're seeing and you want more of it, feel free to sign up before the end of the week, because tickets will be absolutely free for everyone who signs up by Sunday. So go to productcon.com and I hope to see you again.
Joining you live from San Francisco. I'm excited to join you guys here today. I'm looking forward to discussing product experimentation and how do you actually go about achieving growth. I'll be talking about this topic specifically covering these 3 agenda items as you see on the screen. And folks, as you join live, feel free to ask your questions or comment away in the chat box that you see. We will be covering why do we even experiment today? What does culture and leadership mindset do with regards to experimentation? How are they connected? And finally, what should be your approach as product managers, as general managers, as CEOs to conducting and running experiments in your organization. So let's go ahead and get started right now. Let's talk about why do we even need to experiment? Whether you're in a technology world or non-tech world, experiment is super important for everybody. One of my favorite examples is actually from outside of tech. If you guys are familiar with the product called WD-40, the reason it's called 40 is because 39 times the inventors failed to create something which was interesting or which actually made a difference to the customers. And finally, the 40th time was a big hit. And that's how they named the product, the company, and hence WD-40. When you think about experimentation, it is something that is an interesting area because it almost always leads to growth. Growth means different things to different people, but broadly, growth is about bringing growth in your business. And when you talk about business growth, it means growth in the customers, how much they use the product, how much revenue it's generating, and the list goes on and on. If you are experimenting, you're actually giving yourself an opportunity to learn about the customer behaviors, about the ecosystem, about the landscape that you're operating in, and sometimes even learn about competition. Even if you fail, even if your experiments fail, which for the most part they do, they give you a tremendous opportunity to actually learn and grow. And that brings in the culture of continuous learning in the organization. So as we always know, the path to growth is non-linear. Growth does not just happen. It's not, it's almost never a hockey stick growth, which is linear. So when you give yourself a chance to learn, you need to be prepared to iterate. You need to have that mindset of learning along the way. And it's also about that continuous learning loop that you set up in your organization. So the product experimentation folks or the product leaders in the organization oftentimes are the folks who inspire everybody by bringing together the team who understands the customers and their pain points to actually brainstorm on getting started with ideas. Those ideas are actually the first step, the first and basic step to getting started with experimentation. Let's now talk about the second part that I want to cover here, which is about the culture in an organization and the leadership mindset, which are very important for any company to even begin to talk about experimentation. I'm going to share some of my experiences from my work at Amazon and also observing the company for all these years. When I joined Amazon 10 plus years ago, I remembered that the first day we were all introduced to this amazing Amazon growth flywheel. So if you look here, day one, you're discussing or starting to understand how the company thinks about growth, how the company is obsessed about customers and customer experience. And as we may all know, for Amazon, there are 14 leadership principles. And one of the important leadership principles is customer obsession. So now if you look at this flywheel, you see that in the center, you see the selection. The selection is basically having a big, broad selection of items for customers to choose from. So when you do have a lot of selection with lower prices, so you combine the ability to find any product on the planet across all categories, whether it is luxury, electronics, every category out there with amazingly low prices, competitive prices, that drives a very good customer experience. When that happens, you have more and more customers drawn to your site, drawn to your mobile app, and that traffic generates a lot of opportunities for business. And obviously with that kind of traffic, you're also going to start to attract more and more sellers who now want to sell on your platform, aka a third-party marketplace. When you have lots of sellers and Amazon retail all selling items at the same time, that will collectively drive the cost structure down. When the cost structure comes down, you actually then have the opportunity to further drive the prices low, which will further drive improvements in the customer experience. And when you look at this flywheel, it keeps feeding itself. And this flywheel itself will drive growth, for the short term as well as the long term. And this flywheel, different elements of this flywheel give the company collectively the opportunity to experiment in a wide variety of areas. So that's where the whole mindset for the company, the culture of the company, and how you inspire people as they join and as they grow their careers and lives with the company, it all becomes important. When you step back and also then start to look at the whole leadership mindset, like I mentioned with Amazon, it's the customer first mindset. You let the customers decide. There is also a significant amount of risk taking that's involved. The biggest example I would say is that Amazon Marketplace was born as an experiment to see what happens to the overall ecosystem when you bring in third-party sellers into the Amazon platform and allow them to sell pretty much the same product that Amazon retail was selling. Any business or any CEO would first start to think, would this actually cannibalize their own business? And in reality, it did. But Bezos let this Amazon marketplace run as an experiment with fewer categories and then expanded that across multiple categories and let the customers decide whether they wanted to buy that product from a third-party seller or from Amazon retail, whoever price was lower, whoever was able to get the product out there in a fastest way, competing for the customer and also at the lowest price, lowest combined price of the item of the price of the item, the shipping cost, the tax, all involved. So now you've made your own platform very competitive, and finally let the customer decide whether they wanted to pick that product, whether they wanted to buy from retail or from sellers. And lastly, the third bullet talks about running meaningful tests. You can run tests and you can actually exhaust yourself and your teams all day long, but it really matters on what's your art and science to pick what's important and run only fewer and meaningful tests that matter. So when Amazon had that chance to run fewer experiments, even Amazon Prime was born after doing a few tests and experiments with ideas that the company had. So that's what matters. It doesn't mean you start testing every button and every control out there, but what you want to do is you want to step back and see what would make a meaningful difference to your customers, to your product, and finally also to your business, to then conduct those tests that really matter. Going to the next section, I would love to share what we as product leaders or product owners or general managers and CEOs can do in our role to approach experimentation in any organization. Now, some companies may have resources carved out to go run experiments separately, but more often than not, this is more of a culture, more of you as leaders inspiring your teams to take on novel approaches, new approaches to conduct experimentation. And when you do that, you first start by running rapid experiments. You'll brainstorm a set of ideas with your teams. You will start to discuss which are the ideas that you really want to put on the whiteboard, and then from those, articulate what is the value from each. That'll help you prioritize which experiments to run and which ones you can just put on the backlog for the future. But what will start initially is you allowing that whole process to establish itself across the organization and running rapid tests. During that time, you need to be prepared and you need to be willing to fail, because with every failure, you will at least bolster your process, and also you will understand what's working versus what is not working. And again, failed experiments will also teach you something that will help the next experiment succeed. So capture the learning and share the learning across the organization during that phase when you get started with rapid experimentation in your organization. The next thing to do is always study the user behavior. Divide your users between the test and the control. And when you do that, you can closely observe what's happening with the test group, with the test audience, to see how are they responding to those changes. Are they liking your new offering or your new approach? And then continuously compare that test group to the control group, and whether they are making rational choices or are their behaviors irrational. Record them all, because that will help you understand how did they react or consume to what you did in terms of your experiment. And finally, as you conduct experiments, make sure you're keeping in mind 1 or 2 or 3 important business metrics or OKRs, because it's not just about driving a change, it's also about seeing what kind of meaningful impact does it deliver towards a bottom line or towards a top line or towards the final retention of customers, and even net promoter scores, if you will, to show if customers really love it or not. So when you do track the core business or customer metrics and see how the experiments are benefiting them or influencing those metrics, that's always good. It's also important to know that If your experiment is doing a harm to these metrics, then obviously it's not in a step in the right direction. At the very minimum, your experimentation should be doing no harm to those metrics. And the best case scenario would be you've actually given the customers a solution, you've solved a problem, you've solved a pain point while improving the business metrics, which may be the true north for your organization. And so I would love to hear from you guys. What are some of your learnings or learnings from the failures? What are some of the successes that you've had running these experiments in your organization? Because again, there is no one size fits all. Every organization has a unique approach to experimentation. But remember that you don't need to complete an entire product and then experiment. You can be lean. You can bring in prototypes to experiment. You can bring in things which are not fully complete and see how users respond to A versus B, and always continue to iterate new products that you're building. And for products which are already out there in production, you can always split up the traffic and see whether it is your consumer product or enterprise product. You can always split up the traffic and see how users respond to your experiments as you conduct them. So feel free to ping me, and I'll be very curious to hear about your learning, about your successes as you set up and as you get started with using experimentation to bring growth to your product, your business, and your customers. Thank you.
So my background was not as a software developer. It was more in finance and business, and then I moved over to the creative field.
I was already a software engineer, but I wanted to have more influence over the product we were building.
I come from an advertising background, and I've always been interested in product.
I don't have a computer science degree. I do have a technical degree, and trying to figure out, how do you transition that and be a PM and work with engineers.
One of the main things that drew me to product school was all of the instructors were actually product managers at very well-known companies such as Google, Facebook, LinkedIn.
Now I work on Google Play, and I'm more focused on basically product strategy around like our promotional offerings and tools. And
yeah, I think it gives you a good overview, and then it also, you actually apply what you learned in your project, and then you just meet some really awesome people, which is always great.
Jeremy Toman. I'm the Chief Product Officer for Warner Media's innovation team, and I'm here today to talk about the role of product management and product leadership in the media industry. And the way I've framed the presentation is it's 5 important things to know and 5 tips to succeed in what I would call a bit of a confusing industry as a product leader. Now, by background, I've been in the media space for actually over 25 years, doing digital media, hardware, over-the-top TV streaming, connected home, and more. I started at a company called Mediabolic, which was a middleware company where we built the first ever streaming media box, patented multi-room DVR, and the company was acquired by Macrovision, which is now part of TiVo. I was also at Sling Media, where I was head of product for the Sling box, which is now better known as Sling TV as part of Dish Networks. I also worked with startups like Boxy, Sonos, Sphero, Waze, and Dropcam. Had my own startup called Digit, where we had a TV discovery experience called Next Guide and got acquired in 2012. From there, I went to spend some time at CBS Interactive, as well as Join, which is a Hulu of Europe, and am now at Warner Media. And let's get started. So 5 things to know about this confusing world. You know why? Because this industry is confusing. And every time people enter it with a logical sound, this is how things ought to be type of thinking, I've seen results in a lot of failure. Fundamentally, it's also one of those rare industries that has resisted a lot of internet-based transformations and internal adaptation and change to those adaptations has been a bit slower than we might think until recently. Because now the times are changing and most media companies are still trying to figure out how to become technology-first companies, how to prevent the next Netflix from becoming a top streaming player and do it themselves. So these are the 5 things that I think are key to not overlook for anyone entering the field, especially in the product leadership role. So we'll talk about how the industry is changing, what are the platforms that make sense, how the legacy world's so important, the entry and rise of big data, and our fun part where the role of product matters so much. Now I take a bit of a rip from the headlines approach to my presentation, so every bit of content we'll see was new in the past few weeks. So let's talk about industry going through change. Right now, more than ever before actually, it's massive change in the media industry, which means the role of product is becoming increasingly important to help the companies understand what that change might look like, set goals around that change, and be successful throughout. So, for example, I'm sure everybody listening to me has heard of TikTok, maybe even used and consume a lot of it, but understanding what their growth looked like in the past couple of years and how quickly, where we already thought user-gen content was kind of done with YouTube, nope, here it comes yet again in a totally different format. So we'll address TikTok a few times today because they're one of those companies you can't overlook today. Here's another example of crazy change. Hamilton, the movie, which was probably going to be one of Disney's biggest movies of the year, instead of debuting in theaters due to COVID, they decided to release it straight to digital, straight in the Disney Plus platform. Now, for many of you may know, they're trying this again right now with Mulan, but with Mulan, they're charging for it. So look at how quickly companies are responding and addressing that kind of a change. Another example, if you've heard of the movie Trolls World Tour, many of you have not. I've already seen it with my kids. Now this came straight to digital, and there's 2 key things to know. A, it was financially viable. Trolls World Tour made more money in 3 weeks on demand than the Trolls original movie did in 5 months in theaters. The second important thing here is this is the first time we ever really seen a breaking of the ranks between studios and theatrical releases. And we're going to see the fallout from that for quite some time to come. So a fundamental thing to remember as a product leader is you must have a change-oriented mindset. If you come into this world thinking the things you know are the things you know and therefore they're true forever, I hate to tell you this, but 6 weeks from now, they're half wrong again. So you've got to be one of those folks really willing to roll with the punches because that change is as exhilarating as it could be scary for some. The other thing on the same note, keep in mind that the role of product itself is new within the media field. So you get to be that shepherd of change for an important industry. Now, as we look where change is coming, it's bringing us new platforms. I would argue that almost every day we learn about a new platform that we have to leap from one to the other to make sure we're ahead of the world. Think about this almost as if you were building apps, but there was a new smartphone OS you had to accommodate once a quarter. Or there was a new browser type coming out every other month. That's what it takes to support the media landscape. So here are a few important things that have happened recently that we should look at as platforms. I don't know who I've got as Travis Scott fans here. When he had a concert live in Fortnite, over 12 million people watched it live, and now over 43 million people have consumed the entirety of this concert in Fortnite. What does that mean as a platform to a media person, especially to a product one? Should we look at launching a movie in Fortnite, right? Should the James Bond premiere be in the royal red carpet room in a Fortnite landscape instead of a real theater? I'm not saying that either, but it's the kind of decisions we have to start thinking about as our world is changing and our audiences are changing. Another great example, if you're not a gamer, there's a brand new game called Fall Guys. It launched less than a month ago, grew to over 16 million players on PS4 alone in 2 weeks. On its 4th day of use, there were over 2.5 million streams on Twitch, and brands like KFC are looking at how they can get into this game, which, by the way, if you don't know, is sort of what if Minions met American Ninja Warrior? It's a weird game, but it's a ton of fun. Should Warner Brothers put Batman capes in Fall Guys or Wonder Woman outfits? I don't know. It's hard to make these decisions in such a fast-moving world, but we need to be thinking about them right away. Switching topics for a second, look at the AVOD market. Now, AVOD stands for Advertising Video on Demand, and this is a 3-year snapshot. So we see over 3 years, not only has the players changed, we've lost Go90, which was a Verizon effort, we gained Pluto TV, but as of today, Pluto TV's already been acquired by CBS Viacom. So if you were making product plans in 2016, look how much your world has changed by the time 2018 rolled around. And that's barely 3 years. Another good example, the big 5 streaming in 2020. Now you'll see at the bottom of this list is Disney Plus, but wait a second, a year ago it didn't even exist. And in fact, as of today, we now have added both HBO Max and Peacock TV to the list. Who knows where they'll be in a year from now or 2 years from now. There's a lot of change happening on these platforms, and we need to be ready to account for it. Now, one other interesting thing to note is churn. Now, every product person cares a lot about losing users, we know that. But what happens when you exist in a world where people only come for content, right? People only come to a service. Maybe they want to watch the latest Star Trek show or Stranger Things or whatever the show might be. When that show comes to an end, they may well leave that service. The good news is they may be back. So it's a new type of thinking about losing and gaining users is you're always staying on your toes because the users you lost may well come back, not because they didn't like your product, but they were just waiting for the next season to emerge. So a little different rules on how we treat some of our KPIs. Now, to this all, and I'm talking a lot about change and what's new, I also want to make a second to not forget where our past was. Because the biggest mistake I see new PMs make in this space, and I don't mean this to be ageist, but there's a general misunderstanding and lack of actual respect around older ways of making money. And I don't mean that in a harsh way, but more of be aware of how many opportunities there are for monetizing and rules of an older industry. So here's an example, the US advertising market. Now, of course, we all know that Google and Facebook make up the lion's share of the space, but take a look at the moment you go past internet, we're on TV, radio, and magazines, right? Industries that many people would think are completely dead. And yet in the next couple of years, we'll see over 17 billion a year spent on radio-based advertising. So there's huge markets to be had as long as we're paying attention to other ways of looking at monetization, because the old ways sometimes work really well. Another good example of that, I'm guessing many of the people watching this are big OTT users, Netflix, Hulu, etc. Well, the reality check is there's still more people watching live TV than there are watching on OTT. In fact, there's still more people using their DVR than watching streaming services. Don't get me wrong, the shift is underway and we anticipate this reversing over the next little while, but that little while could take some time. And even if these numbers were reversed, this is huge, huge market shares. Another good example of how we need to understand this crazy world of media, retrans. It's a term most of you probably haven't heard of, and I don't blame you. It's one of those industry to industry things that happens in our world, but there are many, many, many of them. And this one alone is a $12 billion a year industry for something that would probably take me a few more minutes just to explain as a concept, and it's not alone. So really an important thing I'm going to say right now is you've got to be ready to learn as you enter this space because there's going to be a lot of learning to do. Let's talk about copyright for a second. While as users, we all love to see fan edits and remixes and all the cool things happening on YouTube and other platforms, there's not a single content company on the planet that does not care very much about protecting what those assets are. Now, maybe they're giving those out for people to go off and make cool experiences with, maybe they're not, but you're often going to be in a role where paying attention to copyright policies, laws, and procedures may vary from piece of content to piece of content, brand to brand, etc. And then the final thing on the legacy world is understanding pay TV market. We've talked about cord cutting for, I don't know, 20 odd years. And yet if you look at this chart, it's only really the last 5 years that we're starting to see a major impact. And in most cases, that impact is less about cord cutting and more about what we call cord nevers, younger people who in their first apartment or first home never even bothered to subscribe to cable. Today, that's about 25%, but we anticipate this growing over time. in the meanwhile, let's not forget there's a lot of people out there still watching good old pay TV. So in summary, on the legacy world is always be learning. I've been in this space for over 20 years and still feel like I need to learn new things every week that goes by. Welcome big data. The newest thing to enter the media world is data. Now, to be fair, this is an industry built on Nielsen. Nielsen data has been the currency for 30 odd years now, 40 odd years now. And there's an old saying, which is half of every dollar gets thrown away. Half of every added dollar gets thrown away, but we just don't know which half. So this is still, unfortunately, fairly true, but not for much longer. For one, we're already seeing terms like big media data wars, right? If we're having data wars, that means there's a lot of action happening with data. So let me give you a few examples of that. Spotify collects over 400 terabytes of data a day. That is a tremendous amount of data to be handling. And as we all know, Spotify is a very data-driven company. So what happens when we apply this kind of thinking to the AT&Ts and Warner Medias, which are obviously the same company I work for, but also Verizon and Comcast and all the other companies, as they start collecting and ingesting data, the future is very bright for interesting new product innovation. Another good example is smart TVs. So Nielsen ratings, believe it or not, still happen from people entering journals, writing things down in books. But now we're seeing the rise of smart TVs in almost every home in America has one today. So what happens with all that data? What can we learn about TV viewing behaviors? But also, how do we protect our users' privacy? At my company, data privacy is taken extremely seriously because we're dealing with information that has a lot of history around it, and consumers don't always want that going outside their houses. So we're trying to take things very seriously and very securely, and it's important in the role of product is how do we think about those things? Netflix is well known for their use of data. For those of you who don't know the show House of Cards, David Fincher, director, and Kevin Spacey, actor, they were actually picked through big data. So the Netflix team found that their audiences were big fans of these two, as well as some of the genres, politics, dramas, etc., and used that data to make this bet, which turned out to be effectively $1 billion bet for Netflix in the positive side of things. Another area that's getting a lot of attention today is clustering and looking at patterns. People who are fans of this are also fans of that. And how do we use that to build better models, better products, better experiences? And then the final thing is bringing it back to Nielsen. And I'll be fair, I don't usually go to Wrestling Inc. for my news, but they had a big study on how Nielsen is changing their sports reporting data sets and methodology, which will make a big impact on ratings, which will again make a huge impact on all the product people in all those companies. So you're familiar as a product person, your familiarity with the world of data should give you a leg up coming into this industry, but you're probably gonna also spend a lot of time really educating those around you as to the value and the opportunity around that data. And next up, content is still king, but I'm gonna argue that product might be queen right now. What I mean is this, is people come to our services for a show, a movie, an episode, an article, a clip, a song, who knows, a meme, who knows what the thing that they showed up with, but what they stay for is good experiences. Again, to be fair, you have to have great content to go in the mix, but the better your recommendation algorithm, your navigation, your sign-up flow, all of these types of aspects of the user experience matter in a world where watching TV or listening to music isn't just by pushing channel up or channel down. One area you obviously know about is A/B testing and how important that is at some companies. Well, there's a great opportunity as a product leader to bring A/B testing into the media world and show how much more potential we have at building even better products. To that end, the downside of things are when things go wrong, people are very unhappy. I think this is a world where we are judged a little more harshly than your average app or game or website, because when people come to watch shows, they just want to watch shows. You know, no one's telling a work-at-home parent that Disney Plus is out so they can't drop their kids in front of whatever show they wanted to watch, right? It's a different set of rules that we're playing by, and so the stakes are often a little bit higher on the product team. And by the way, to be fair to Disney, I think their launch actually was spectacular, given the level of prior art that they had to deal with in the form of Netflix, Hulu, Amazon, etc. Another area I want to talk about is user experiences around consumer mindset. There's a lot to read on this, so I'm going to skip ahead a bit. But in the past, we'd always thought about TV watching as a lean forward or a lean back activity. I'm leaning back on my couch just with my remote, or I'm leaning forward at my computer, typing or interacting in some way. Well, the truth is these worlds have blended fully. People are sometimes leaning back, but often second screening. Sometimes leaning forward, playing a game while watching a movie. So there's a lot of different things that are happening at the same time. And understanding the varying consumer mindsets is, again, an area where the role of product will come to shine in the media landscape. Now, I don't mean to pick on Quibi. I'm not trying to pick on competitive networks, platforms, or anything else. But I would argue that from a user experience perspective, Quibi overinvested, in my opinion, on their rotate feature functionality. I think this is a great example where if Quibi had been my product, I might have thought of launching a YouTube channel, right? They've licensed and produced all this amazing content. What about testing it out on YouTube first, getting a sense of impact, figuring out what the real opportunity is here? Instead, it's a company that's raised over $1 billion, and their launch went less than spectacularly, which doesn't give them as much room to be flexible down the road. And then finally, another term that you all know well, NPS scores. It's long been studied in the cable and media landscape. It's only now being really put to work. And so as you can see from this chart alone, the tech-first companies have a leg up on the traditional pay TV providers in an NPS basis. And because of the rise of on-demand services, streaming services, this is going to matter even more. So as much as user expectations are constantly rising, content stays king, but the product experience is about to be the biggest differentiator we're going to see in this space. So the more you can keep a focused direct-to-consumer mindset will be a huge win for wherever you land. Now, that's what you need to know getting in. So let's talk about tips to be successful. I'm hoping these provide a little interesting insight to what the job might be like on a day in, day out basis. So we're going to talk about making sure we're having fun, building relationships, staying out of the messes, recognizing the difference on platforms, and understanding one key thing about, let's just say, why we can't be as agile as we want. We'll get to that in a moment. So keeping it fun. I can't tell you the number of times and people I run into, especially new people in the space, who just take it a little too seriously. And I don't mean it's not important. Like, we're dealing with 9-figure budgets for movies, right? So it's a lot of money being spent, a lot to be taken seriously. But at the same time, our job is to entertain people and create really, really fun experiences. So I would argue that this is one of those fields where you can think a little out of the box and bring any creativity, inventions, and ideas to bear, and may well see the light of day with them. So let's go into why we can support this. First of all, I don't know about you, with 8 hours of sleep and 8 hours of work, where the other 10 hours are coming from, so the math doesn't quite work, but it just tells you how much people want to be entertained. I actually have a mentor whose entire theory is that humans are on this planet for the purpose of being entertained. And I think the data is starting to support that theory. Another thing, to show an example of how people are having fun, if you've heard of Bandersnatch on Netflix, it's an example of what's called a branching narrative. Basically, it's choose your own adventure. Well, this is just scratching the surface of storytelling. We're going to see all sorts of fascinating new ways to tell stories, make movies, make shows that are really going to bring storytelling to a whole different level. And this is where you get to be a part of that. What can we be doing with augmented reality, multi-screen experiences? There's so much left untouched in the space. A great example, Rick and Morty, they make video games. I don't know if you've seen some of their video games or watch even the show. If you're at all familiar with the show, they've been off making all the weirdest games. Some of them are hidden. Some of them are like Easter eggs. And it's perfect for a Rick and Morty fan, right? Just like a show, maybe This Is Us wouldn't have quirky video games because the fan base is looking for something different. Each different narrative type gives us the opportunity to flex those creative muscles. And then a final good example is in LA, Netflix is actually building an interactive experience for IRL people, right? You can actually go see this thing. I think this is just a taste of where things will go. When I was at CES this year, the Westworld marketing team had a private dinner that was blogged about by and reported by a variety in the media that was supposedly one of the most interactive, insanely cool uses of tech and storytelling that they had seen. And that was for dinner. So next up is building relationships. Now, it's long been known that Hollywood is an industry of insiders, and there's not a lot of breaking those ranks, but it's key to know that that's not just for Hollywood. As a product manager or product leader, your stakeholders' buy-in is going to matter more than in almost any environment I've seen, right? And we've seen this at a corporate structure level, and this isn't just who's the actor or the agent or the showrunner. This is affecting the tech side of the world, the orgs. Platform level decisions are being made based on org structures a lot. So it's really this is really an industry where the relationships you have will help you succeed or not, depending on how much you invest in them. As a great example, going back to Quibi, I don't think if this was Jeremy's startup, that $750 million round would have materialized quite as quickly. But when you put a known tech insider and a known Hollywood insider together, look at what they were able to accomplish. And then the final example is the launch of HBO Max, which is now on Comcast, still not on Roku and Fire TV, though I'm sure those are coming soon. What's interesting here is it's not good enough in media to just know the platforms you have to be on. You have to go get the deals with those companies and build the terms. And sometimes you might not even know where to go to. If you're doing a media startup and you want to be on Roku, it's not just download their API and get to work. It's also building relationships, getting featured, and all the same kind of work you might do in, for example, the App Store. So as a PM, make sure you're really working with your departments that are your stakeholders, not just telling them what happened. Never going to be successful at that path. A great example I have actually is when I was working at CBS Interactive, we had a programmatic ad team that was trying to maximize page yield and revenue. And we had a user experience team that was trying to maximize NPS score, recurring visits, all those user-centric metrics. What we did is we put their KPIs together. So the programmatic ad sales team had to keep NPS score in mind, and the page load experience team had to keep revenue and yield in their minds, and it actually worked out very well. We got to, I don't know if it was the perfectly optimal outcome, but good enough to make a lot of people very happy. So the more you can think, how do you bring your stakeholders together and not just treat them as people you need to inform, but people you need to engage, I think the more successes you'll see. You may have heard we are a bit of a complicated industry in some ways, as I've already been hinting at. Here's a few more examples of how basic stakeholdership isn't necessarily enough because of the interwoven nature of the industry. I mentioned before HBO Max on Roku. Well, Roku can now make different decisions than they could in the past, right? It's similar to Apple in the App Store and Google to a different degree, but Roku can actually control which shows, which episodes, what content is going to where, when, and who. And that's a lot of pronoun game in there. But you can't just decide you have a cool video app and hope to get the distribution you need if you don't have the time happening with the companies who make the devices. Another great example, Tubi was on a meteoric rise, growing fast. I mean, they were nowhere, and then they were everywhere, and then Fox just bought them. And the reason I'm talking about this is to point out something even bigger about consolidation in the media space. Now, I'll give your eyes just a couple of seconds to look through this. These are the planet-sized metaphors of how big the companies in the media and tech landscape are. And you're seeing a small blip would be Activision or Nintendo, or even Marvel, which is now part of Disney, of course. The reason I'm bringing this up is you never know who's going to buy who. This is a game of eyeballs. If you were to pick any two random companies on this list and merge them, I don't think you'd see anyone being too shocked by it. So you need to keep in mind who owns what really matters. And here's the best example of all. So Harry Potter movies were actually Warner Brothers produced. So when HBO Max launched, all of the movies were there on HBO Max. But as of mid-August, they're now off HBO Max and onto Peacock, which is owned by NBC Universal. Why? Because NBCU has the streaming rights to it for the next 5 years. Some of these deals often are 20 years long. Some of the deals include ad-based rights or on-demand-based rights, transactional rights, streaming rights, regional rights, device rights. So I'm just going to leave it. If this were a Facebook relationship, it would be complicated. So your job, as much as you can, is navigate these waters and keep that consumer mindset on with everything you're doing, right? Because some of these things are just out of your control. So the more you're aware that they're there and that you might need to spend, 12 weeks just researching who has the rights to the thing you want to use, that might be part of the game you're playing here. And next up, not all media is the same. I'm not sure where this thought process has come, but the number of conversations I get into where people talk about media interchangeably. But I hate to say it, music's not TV, which isn't movies, which isn't podcasts, which isn't news articles, which isn't YouTube, which isn't TikTok. They're all distinct and they're all different. You don't binge music, you listen to it while doing other things, right? No one's ever binged through all of U2's albums. I'm sure we've listened to them all in a row, but we don't think of it the same way because binging implies completing a journey, whereas you might re-listen to music over and over again, and you might never rewatch a given episode of a TV show, even the ones you love, because it's just not the nature of the media type. So 4 interesting examples. TiVo's putting ads into its DVR. Now, we're used to ads on TV, so that fits in well, but we're not really used to pre-roll DVR ads because we think of that as our content. So what will the impact be? Unsure at this time. Movie theaters are starting to put in programmatic advertising. So programmatic ads work great on the web where we have tons of detail about who's visiting our websites, but what happens in digital out of home? Very curious, who knows? We'll see, could this improve the ad experience in your local movie theaters? Maybe. Now, I don't know, I'm sure many of you have heard of this. I'm actually one of the rare households that is part of this experiment, and I've tried it a couple of times, and it's actually kind of fun. It doesn't quite work for me personally because I'm a highly deliberate watcher, which means when I sit down, I know what I'm going to watch. But a lot of people use Netflix as a background tool. And studies have shown that the average household spends over 20 minutes per session browsing content menus. So having a little shuffle button, hey, maybe an idea that sounds like, why would you do that, is actually the perfect thing for a world stymied with media choices. And then lastly, and I am coming back to them one last time, is Quibi. I think they're an example where they didn't necessarily know the user behaviors on short form content as well as they could have. Maybe just focusing on learning around what are people doing on YouTube and TikTok would have helped inform their product experience a lot better. So as a PM, I think the tip I give you is learn, but don't always copy. And so lastly, deadlines matter. You cannot go full agile in the TV world. We have Tenet now, to be fair, Tenet's launch delay happened due to a global pandemic, but the Super Bowl launches when the Super Bowl launches. I'm gonna cut. I'm gonna cut, yeah. The animation stopped working on the slide. I'm just gonna fix it and bring it right back. Now for my last tip, media has deadlines, and the reason I'm saying this is you can't go fully agile in the media world. It's a great and noble component of how we work, but as I'm going to show with just a few examples, it's impossible. It is literally impossible to be fully perfectly agile in the media space. First, servers matter a tremendous amount. You have to have everything ready because the quantity of users coming through these platforms is immense. Right? And again, I'm not picking on either Disney nor Fortnite. Servers crash, we know it, but this is an industry with a lot less tolerance for those kind of failures. So everything has to come together in a more granular and coordinated way than in so many other spaces. Election night's coming, and I will not talk politics, don't worry, but it's coming and it's a matter of basically days away effectively. Everybody involved with, whether it's CNN's new live coverage, Reuters and Facebook, heck, I'm sure TikTok's doing something for election night. Well, it's happening on that oh my gosh. Should I do the whole slide again or just that part again?
Yes, perhaps the whole slide again.
Okay. Now, the media industry has pretty harsh deadlines. And what I mean by that is you can't go full agile in media. You have to have more flexibility than you might in other product lines. Here's 3 good examples as to why. First, for most people, TV and radio, they never crashed. Apps crash, websites crash, servers crash. It's normal, it's understood, but the tolerance in our space is a lot lower. So audiences get upset, and they get upset fast when they can't get to the content they want to watch. Another great example, election night's coming. Whether we like it or not, we will not talk politics today. The election is coming, and therefore everybody and anybody who's going to be covering election night has to be ready in real time for when the votes start coming in. But the best examples of all, movies and the Super Bowl, they don't come when when we reach our perfect moment. The dates are set and they are not changing, unless of course there is a global pandemic, which will apparently result in movies delays. Short of that, there isn't one. So if you're building, whether it's a game for a movie, an online experience, a website, an app that goes along with any form of media property, the people building the content and getting ready to launch, they want to know when you're going to ship. So you need to find a way to use agile methodologies, but also give predictable deadlines and outcomes. So I want to thank everybody for their time today. Here's a summary of what we talked about. It's a rapidly changing world with new platforms launching almost every day. Don't forget the world that came before, because it's still just as relevant as ever. We've got lots of opportunities around data and content user experiences. Then the tips are basically keep it fun, build cool stuff because people love to be entertained. Make sure you're working really well within your company and within the industry. Try to figure out how you can not accidentally make a big mess of everything as you're going or get caught up in somebody else's big mess. Remember that every media type's a little different, and again, never go full agile, just do our best. Thank you for your time.
hope you had a great long weekend. My name is Lira Schwartz-Levy, and I wanted to spend our time today talking about the birth and growth of a product, which is really just a collection of things that I've learned and things that went well for me or didn't go as well for me in the experience that I have with taking an idea all the way to production and then growing it as a product and then overseeing a portfolio of products. Before we do that, just wanted to provide a bit of introduction on my journey so far. I started my career in the Israeli Defense Force. I was born and raised in Israel, and I was responsible for 200 soldiers and everything that's HR related. There I found my passion for technology that led me to do my double major in computer science and management in Tel Aviv University. And during that time, I was working in really small startups, 3 to 5 people, doing everything from the development to the marketing to the UX and the QA. I also wanted to see the other side of the scale and worked for corporates like Microsoft and McAfee. And then after being on the individual contributor and the lead side on both product and engineering, I wanted to start my MBA, moved from Israel to the US and started my MBA at MIT. I also got to intern at Adobe as a product marketing manager between year 1 and year 2. And then after graduating from MIT, I joined forces with the Mouse and joined the Walt Disney Company in a number of leadership roles. And today I am part of Disney's direct-to-consumer and international segment. I am heading the product organization for a portfolio of consumer identity services, and those services are everything to do with login, registration, user profile, user preferences, and they are being leveraged by across the different Disney sites and apps, whether it's ESPN or Marvel or the latest and greatest Disney Plus, and they're used by millions of users daily. So before we get to the actual topic of the presentation, just wanted to kind of share some expectations around this presentation and our time today. First, those are kind of what I'm going to talk about is not scientific or guarantee to success. It's a collection of lessons learned and observations as I was going through my experience on both corporates and startups in taking ideas all the way to production and then growing them into mature products or a portfolio of products. And I really hope it's going to be fun and interactive and most importantly, value add for you as you're going through maybe getting the next idea into production, or you're working on a product to mature it, or whatever it is that you're doing and you find this valuable. We'd love to hear your questions, thoughts, feedback in the comment section during this presentation and also after. And also just wanted to mention that I'm representing myself today as Liraz the professional. I'm not representing the Walt Disney Company, my current employer. And this presentation is really more valuable when it's like that in a presentation form, as opposed to a standalone. So let's just start with a story. That's a personal story that, one, I hope most of you are going to relate to, and two, bear with me of how it's related to the topic today. So these are my parents. When I was younger, I was living at my parents' place, and I had no idea how lucky I was because they were the ones paying the bills. They were paying for bowling nights. They were taking care of the food. I was just there when it was ready. Because then when I met my husband and we moved into our apartment, that was one growth phase. Suddenly, I had to change my focus. I had to change the way that I organize myself. I needed to ask different questions. And I got introduced to IKEA and how to build furnitures. And then after a few years, when we were very mature in renting an apartment, we decided to pack our stuff and our dog that we had at the time and become homeowners. And that was another growth phase for us, because now as a homeowner, as opposed to of renting an apartment, there's new questions to answer. There's new focus to pay attention to. There's new ways to organize ourselves and new things to worry about that we had to learn to be successful as homeowners. So how is this all related to a birth and growth of a product? It's because I found very similar thinking and very similar growth phase when I was growing products, all the way from a blue sky idea to production. Because in the different phases of growth, there was different focus and different team structure and different structure and processes and different mindset and different questions that were needed to answer as we went and grow the product from one phase to another to be able to be successful within that and grow it to that next phase of growth. So maybe just starting with a quiz to get us warmed up and make this a bit more interactive. I'm going to read the question and then give you 10 seconds, about 10 seconds to put your answers in the comment section. So the question is, what percentage of all official ideas that reach the development phase are becoming a commercial success? Is it 6%, 15%, 34%, or 50%? So put your comments within the, put your answers within the comment section, and I'll give you a few seconds and then we'll reveal the answer. And you can look it up in Google if you feel like cheating. No, I'm kidding. Okay, I'm seeing answers coming in. Great. Give it a few more seconds. Okay, so the answer is only 6% of all official ideas and 14% of all promising ideas that reach the development phase are becoming a commercial success by existing literature that's mentioned in an article from Inc.com from the CEO of Zervana. And so that was an interesting, not so optimistic, but interesting stat that I wanted to explore more, because there's a lot that is happening between an idea to a commercial success. And so looking at an article from 42 Review, they looked at different startups and they looked at statistics for 2020 and estimated that 90% for 2020 of new startups fail. And the great thing was that they started breaking it down even further, which is very interesting. So they saw that 20% of the startups are not making it through the first year. They then saw that 34% of the startups are closing their startup within the 2 years. 50% are only making it to the 5-year mark. And 75% are failing, meaning only 25% are making it to the 15 years mark. And that's due to a lot of the reasons and the observations that I'm going to discuss today from my experience and from other articles and research out there on how some things really make or break the startup's chance to move to that next level. So the first thing is the first phase. There's an idea, and now we're in the race for an MVP. And one of the things that are really important to pay attention is focus. And within that focus, solving one problem and need for one customer. And a postmortem that was done on more than 100 startups by CB Insights discovered that the #1 reason for new startups to fail is because they did not solve a market need and they lacked focus. And that was 42% of the startups that failed because of that reason. So that's really important in this stage to be super strict on who's the customer, and from all the potential needs or problems that they have, focus on that critical ones and the top ones that would make the difference of them adopting the product and using it. And it's easier said than done. In my experience in this race for an MVP, there's a lot of pressure. There's limitation of funding or limitation of time. And sometimes there's many customers that want to be included in the MVP. Stakeholders are sometimes becoming customers, investors or leadership sometimes becomes customers. And it's really important to be strict at this phase on what is the one problem, the one pain point, and the one focus customer that is the I would say pivot and is the main focus for this phase. And then the second thing is to show results early. As I mentioned, this phase is a phase where there's limited time and limited funding. And so I've discovered in my experience that getting the stakeholders, the customers, the leadership or investors involved very early with results actually helps them to be more invested and be more excited for the MVP, as opposed to waiting all the way to the MVP release to reveal the product. So that means sharing mocks, for example, even if the product is not yet built, or sharing pieces of the product, even though the product itself is not even there. And one of the things that I've seen make a real difference in the success of an MVP is having an alpha and a beta version that are a few months before the MVP release with few friendly customers. And that really helps from two perspectives. One, it helps getting feedback from real customers and iterate and evolve the product to make it better when the rest of the world sees it. And the second thing is it also gives the chance to collect data and metrics and basically prove out the value of the MVP product before day one. And so the second thing that is critical for the startup, for the MVP to an idea at this phase, and for startups too, is the team. The core team that's building the first MVP version of the product is critical. It needs to be small, up to 1 pizza size, and have broad skill sets. So for example, within software development, having full stack developers instead of having back-end developers only and front-end developers only. Having team members that can do multiple stuff really enables the flexibility to move them around when there's unexpected things coming up. So for example, if the front end is way ahead of schedule and the back end had a lot of unknowns and is behind schedule, having those full stack developers, having broad set of skills helps everyone kind of move into where the product needs focus to be successful. And so the other thing is being patient with building the team, having the right team, a diverse team, which each one of them have their own strengths so they can shine on their own right, but they can complement each other, is really important for a startup to be successful. And it was there was a research from the Startup Genome Project that showed that solo founders are taking 3.6x more time to grow out of the startup phase, and that balanced teams have 2.9x more user growth than unbalanced teams. So being patient, even though there's pressure to get the MVP out there from customers, from investors, making the right hiring, building the right team is critical. And the other thing about the team is with those hires, making sure that the culture of the team and the personalities that are joining the team are ones that are enjoying a very family-like culture. This is a very intense phase. And so having a mentality of a family, of working hard, playing hard, those really help when there is challenges to the startups. There's a lot of ups and downs in this phase from an MVP, from an idea to an MVP, and being that kind of core family really helps overcome that for the team as a whole and for the product as well. The other thing is around structure and process. So in this phase from an MVP to idea, there isn't a lot of process really and not a lot of structure. It's a flat org. There is a core team. There's one end-to-end leader that ideally has experience both on the business side and also technology side. And there's really kind of light process, if any. In my experience, when I was having ideas only starting to be brought to life by a team, starting with sprints and stand-ups and kind of the known agile Scrum or Kanban frameworks, had less success than for the first month or two. Just give the team to be heads down on developing the foundation of the product. And that means I removed stand-ups, I removed sprints, I removed almost any process other than have the team commit for a known scope to be done in that first month or two, and then have check-ins with them along that to kind of make sure that they're on the right track and if they need anything. But if you have the right team, like I was fortunate to have, then they didn't just deliver them their commitment for this phase. Many times they delivered even more than what they committed on. And then afterwards, when the foundation is there, after the few months, we basically introduced back the stand-ups, the sprints, kind of that tracking, but still in a very light way. And so in the mindset of an MVP to an idea to an MVP, as I said, this is an intense phase. This is a race. It's a sprint. It's not a marathon. And so it's really either you get something out there that's successful or you don't. There isn't really a middle ground there. And because of that, there isn't a lot of racy. Everyone's doing everything. There's I wouldn't say there's no work-life balance, but that's not really the emphasis. The team is not working 100 hours a week, but if there's individuals in the hiring process, for example, that mentioned about wanting to do more of a balanced 40 hours a week, this is not a really, this phase of a product is not really a good match with that, because there's a lot of hours that sometimes need to be put to kind of get on time to a successful MVP. And then this is where each one of the team members need to be 100% all in, believing in the product, believing in the value, and giving 200% to make sure that that happens and that the MVP is successful, on time, with reasonable quality that solve the customer problem in the most straightforward way. And in that perspective, perfect here is the enemy of done. This phase shouldn't be about a pixel perfect UI. It shouldn't be about a perfect quality assurance framework. It shouldn't be about 5% or less of tech debt. There's a lot of compromises here because the focus is to get something out there, show results early, as we said, and solve the problem in the most straightforward way. And that's okay to have more tech debt than usual. It's okay to not test all the edge cases out there. And it's okay to have a good enough, as long as it's intuitive and has a reasonable quality to give the customers to be able to do what they need to do. And from now we're in the process, we're in the phase where you launched your MVP, it was uber successful, you now have customers for your product, and this is where the product goes from an MVP to a more mature product. And right after, the day after MVP release, the focus should be on sustaining on that adoption and establishing the customer base and growing and building upon that success. Because with that success, I've seen that there's a lot of credibility, there's a lot of buzz, there's a more appetite to add resources, and there's also a spike that is important to be prepared for. There's a spike because now customers are using the product, so they have more things that they want to either change or add. Same for leadership and stakeholders. There's now something out there that's tangible that they can react to, and that creates kind of a spike in that demand and in the features and the backlog, that intake that's coming. And so the best way to manage that spike that I've seen is first having a very basic form of a product strategy that clearly says what the product is and what the product isn't. And that helps set expectations with customers and with stakeholders and with leadership or investors. When the product was MVP product launch was successful, I've seen a lot of opportunities from new customers or new use cases that were further away from what the product's mission is for what it's trying to solve. And I was able to use having a a product strategy, even if it's basic form, as a way to be able to say no to those opportunities and keep the product and team focused. The other thing that I would recommend from a team perspective in this phase is, as again, there is a lot of success, so there's more appetite to increase the team. There's a spike in demand, so there's a need to get the team to be bigger in size. And I would extend that team, and if it extends from more than one pizza size, I would split it to 2 small teams. The other things that I've done that were successful was carving out from that growth, carving out some of the capacity of the team to work on the next thing, to work on the next growth or the next new use cases to extend and grow the product, and keep the rest of the team focused on sustaining and kind of solving for the current demand and customers and establishing those customers. From a roles perspective, the team is bigger. There's customers out there. There's more maturity that's needed, and agile processes and frameworks are really good for this phase. Scrum and Kanban, moving kind of to new roles that are technical product manager and having a Scrum Master are helpful. From my experience, I've seen that Scrum for a day after MVP worked way better than Kanban with the teams that I've been working with in the project. Kanban required a bit more maturity, and that was hard because to accomplish a day after MVP, just because the team is still trying to get used to the new phase. And this is where this third point is really important, about not underestimating, giving some time and giving the thought to lead the team through this growth phase from a change management perspective. The team that was there for the sprint to get to MVP is probably might not be 100% the same team that is needed for the phase of growing it after MVP, because there's new processes and there's things that in pre-MVP the team was able to do, like less process and less strategy, and post-MVP there's more process and there's more strategy, and maybe there's more oversight or less flexibility on quality or tech debt. And so there's a journey there that most of the team goes through to understand that there's trade-offs. There's new things that are happening. There's things that are continuing from pre-MVP, and there's some things that are stopping from a pre-MVP into the post-MVP phase. And that's really important to give the right time for that. From a structure and process, it's still flat with a few key lead roles, as I mentioned, the technical product manager or the Scrum Master. Still agile processes, as we've mentioned, Scrum or Kanban, and new project tools. So where very lightweight tools pre-MVP like Trello were a really good solution. This phase really require more maturity and a bit more transparency on the backlog for customers, stakeholders, and investors. So tools like Jira or version ones are good for this purpose. And then still very light intake and not that much of not a year's worth of a roadmap is needed at this phase, but it does need a bit more than the next sprint as we were before MVP, where there was a very clear set scope in advance. From a mindset perspective, I mentioned that a few times, it's not a sprint now, it's a marathon. And because of that, there's longer term thinking that's needed. The team needs a bit more of the work-life balance, because now it's a longer term way of operating in this phase and growing to maturity. So whereas there's a flexibility, or I would say there's more option to have the team go on the pre-MVP sprint mode and kind of put in the hours. This post-MVP requires more work-life balance to keep the team healthy and productive. And also there's more importance for the product quality and health, a more mature quality framework, and more less tolerance for high percentage of tech debt. And there's users using the product. So every feature that's out there, it's important to make sure it doesn't break what is currently there, because the customers are relying on that for their business. And so this is where there is the growth of a product. But what happens when that product becomes a platform with multiple products in it? And so there's a portfolio of products that now needs to grow and be successful in that phase. And so the focus of that phase is all about the X product connectivity. It's all about the X product engagement. What things are streamlined on the portfolio level, and what things are different from each one of the products within the portfolio should be the focus and the questions that are being asked and answered. The good thing, when there's when the team is awesome and across the different products, they innovate and they try to make things more efficient. And sometimes there's an overlap in tools, an overlap in functionality, an overlap in maybe roles. And that's where optimization on the infrastructure technology side, optimization on structure is important for this phase. And also having still a strategy, but as opposed to a product strategy, now there's a 5,000 foot view and 100,000 foot view of a mission, of a vision, of market trends, of core challenges and strategic goals and themes that the portfolio needs. So each one of the products take that into their 50,000 foot view and create their own product strategy that kind of takes and gets inspired or connects to that portfolio strategy. So there's an end-to-end connectivity and end-to-end offering between all the products in the portfolio. From a team perspective, this is where there's multiple teams because there's multiple products. Would still recommend each one of the teams to be one pizza size. And there's many ways of kind of organizing the teams, either around functionality or around the customers or around the actual product implementation. There's X product roles that are needed that weren't there before. For example, there's the Scrum of Scrums that's needed, or release management, or UX that looks holistically and make sure that the user experience has the same user experience look and feel to it across the products. And then from a structure and process perspective, there's more layers. There's a leadership layer, there's a shared services layer, and then there's the actual self-sufficient engineering teams. And from a process perspective, the one team Scrum or Kanban Agile framework works well within the products, but across the products, or even within a product across different areas, those are multiple Agile teams. So they need a scaled Agile framework. SAFe is one of the frameworks that offers an approach for that. The other thing is more maturity on prioritization, not within the products, but also across the products. And for that, is there's different metrics and approaches to do prioritization that's quantitative first before bringing in the qualitative aspect of it. One of it is the weighted shortest job first, that takes a ROI from the value to the level of effort and allows for that apples to apples comparison and do an all-up prioritization across the portfolio. And in this case, as there's multiple teams that are running and innovating and delivering, there needs to be more clear RACI. There's more roles, so the teams and the products are benefiting from knowing where each one is starting and ending. And there's a more mature intake process, and there needs to be a longer term roadmap view as well. So this was the kind of collection of the observation and things that I've seen, I wanted to kind of summarize with a few key takeaways for things I've seen from the birth and growth of a product. So the first one that we've talked about is customer, customer, customer. Always have a focus customer that you're centered around. Make sure you're solving their top needs. There's a process of customer development by Steve Blank that has a few principles that I really like. One of them is there's no such thing as nice features. That is true for every growth phase of the product, but especially critical from the MVP, from an idea to an MVP product launch. And there's another thing that he says within that principles of his theory, which is that customers are not inside the building. The customers are outside the building. The team is not building for themselves. They're not building for leadership. They're building for the customers. So starting from the customers and going backwards from there is going to promise more success. The other thing is there's multiple ways to be successful. There isn't only one way to be successful and grow the product through those different phases. And there's a lot of frameworks and tools and disciplines out there. And my advice to you is just listen to your team, listen to your customers, adopt the things that you think are going to make them successful. Trust yourself and trust your team and customers to guide you on what to adopt and what's not working and what is working. And even what you're adopting, you can just adopt some of it. You don't have to adopt it word to word. So, you know, having a lot of your own judgment and having a lot of feedback from the teams and customers and stakeholders as you execute those frameworks or disciplines is really important. And then, as we've talked about for each one of the phases, knowing what the product is and isn't, having a product strategy would help set expectations, would make conversations around prioritization or rejecting new opportunities or use cases that are not part of the core competency of the product is super helpful. And then can't stress this one enough, the right people in the right roles with the right skill sets in the right time or phase of the product is key. The team, whether it's the core team or the team that's a bigger team after MVP, or the teams that kind of have or combine and are in the portfolio of the products that you oversee, they are going to make or break the product or the portfolio success. One of the advices that I got from one of my mentors, which I really liked, is that change and growth usually are not constrained from technology. They are constrained by the culture. They are constrained by the teams and the team members that are the ones that either move together the product forward or not helping in and actually being in the way of it to move forward and succeed. And then, as I said, change management, that is something that needs to be thought of, that needs to be strategic about, that needs the time to help the team grow from one phase to another phase, because there's a lot of change that's happening and there's a change management process that is needed to make sure that the team is still motivated, productive, excited to deliver the value and push the product either in its current phase or to that next phase of growth. So thank you so much for the time today. Was great to be here as part of ProductCon, and more than happy to answer questions after this presentation, or if you want to reach out to me in LinkedIn, more than happy to, and have a great rest of the ProductCon day and rest of the week. Thank you.
Hello, ProductCon. My name is Giff Constable. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I'm sorry we can't be there in person all together, but I hope you're having a great conference. For this session, we're going to be talking about road mapping. And I'll explain what I mean by first principles in just a second. But let me start just by setting the context of the last really big roadmap that I had to do. So I joined Meetup as the Chief Product Officer about a little over a year after they'd been acquired by WeWork. And a little bit before I came on board, they brought in a new CEO, and the CEO they hadn't had some dedicated product leadership in some time, and so they brought me on. And in the 4 months before I got there, the new CEO and the team had done a lot of work to put together a new strategy document. This document laid out a vision for where they would go, the why, sort of what was going to change, what wasn't going to change, and laid out some very big numeric goals in terms of engagement, user growth, international growth, financial growth, and the like. And as everyone knows, when it comes to WeWork, outsized goals were the name of the game. What the document was missing was a path from today to that future. It didn't explain how we were going to hit those big goals. And that fell down to me as the head of product and my team. And Meetup was a place where to hit numbers, it really took product and engineering. It's not like some other companies where you can drive metrics through sales and marketing. Everything that happens really happens through the product and engineering side. So it was on us to create this map. And it was a classic roadmap exercise coming out of nothing. There had been no roadmap when I got there. Now, I bet that most of you out there in the audience are active or aspiring product leaders, product managers, which means that roadmaps are a core part of your life. It's a key part of our job, is to sort of lay out what's coming and why. And in this talk, I want to get into some key questions you need to ask yourself, because roadmaps can be great opportunities, but they also are tricky waters. There's lots of danger points on roadmaps to slip on a banana peel, to make a mistake. And I'm hoping that some of the questions that I pose today help you avoid those mistakes and make your roadmaps stronger and sharper. Now, a little bit more about me, just so you understand the full context. I just mentioned that I ran product and engineering at Meetup until earlier this year. I ran product engineering at another fintech marketplace that was VC-backed called Axial, and I was CEO of Neo, which was a 100-person product innovation shop that was scattered around the world. And I've done several startups, I've sold some companies, and I've written several books. Some of you might know my nonfiction books, Talking with Humans and Testing with Humans. They both try to answer this question: how do we know if a new idea is a good idea? It could be a feature. Is it a good idea as a feature? It could be a startup. But one book asks the question, how do you figure that out? How do you test if it's a good idea? Through qualitative means, through talking to your customers and market. The other one through running structured experiments. And then I've done some fun things as well. And most recently, I published a science fiction novel called Becoming Monday. And if you are interested in where artificial intelligence is going and like sci-fi, I hope you give Becoming Monday a shot. I'm working on a new book right now, and it's called First Principles Product Management. And this book, instead of being a thick book of advice, is really a workbook of questions. And it came out of a theory that I have about product management, that it looks a bit like this. That product management is this incredibly, almost insanely multidisciplinary role where we have to synthesize so many different parts of the business. We're dealing with lots of different pressures. We're dealing with different processes, different cultures, politics, you name it. And it's the kind of thing where you should and can steal best practices from other people. But if you copy someone else's playbook, you will get yourself into trouble because every context is different. And so instead of giving people answers, what I wanted to do was give people questions, because I really believe that a good product manager, if they ask the right questions, if they remember to ask the right questions, can get to good answers and good decisions. And that's what I'm going to do in this talk. I'm not going to give you so many answers as hopefully I give you some thought-provoking prompts in the form of questions. So here, we're going to dive in. And in particular, as we get onto road mapping, I am hoping to touch upon something here where I want you to think about, if for your next roadmap exercise, what is going to be your biggest challenge? What is the biggest potential gotcha moment? What could be the banana peel that slips you up as you're trying to do your next roadmap? And think about something that other than just, oh, I built the wrong thing. Product managers, we have a tendency to obsess about what are we going to build, but roadmaps, as I'm about to get into, have a lot more to them than that. So take a second and think about this question. What's going to be the trickiest part of your next road mapping exercise? It could be one thing, could be three. Go ahead and write it down. You could write it down for yourself. You could put it in the comments. I'll give you a second. All right, in the interest of charging forward, we're going to dive into 10 questions. They're going to start at the strategic level, get into communication, and then end on a very personal note. So we're going to start with the first of 10 questions that hopefully are thought-provoking and get you thinking about how your next roadmap exercise can be better, and hopefully touch upon one of the challenges you might have just written down. So the first one is this. It's understanding the context with which you're playing in terms of the mode or the gear the company is in. And this is as relevant for a CPO thinking about a portfolio of teams or a product manager working on a specific team. The question is, what's the mode your company is in? And there's 5 big ones. You're trying to scale really fast, or your growth has slowed and you're trying to unlock that stalled growth again, or you're defending against disruption or new market entrants, or it's worse than stalled growth. You actually have to transform or reinvent your business. And then lastly, sometimes growth is stalled, but cash flows are still really good, and you're just trying to maintain the good thing while you can. It's really important that you know whether you're that rocket ship on the left or you're that castle under siege on the right, but also that you're aligned with the board and the CEO as to what gear you're in. If you're on different pages, that could set you up to be in a tricky spot. You want to make sure your team also understands the context with which you're in. This can be an interesting point of debate, and sometimes leadership can delude themselves as to where they are. I remember when I joined Axial, the company had just come off of a really good run of growth, and it had stalled. And at first they thought to themselves, all right, well, we just need to polish up the product, sharpen that up. Let's get some new leadership in for that, and let's also do the same thing for sales and marketing. We get those 2 engines working, everything's going to be fine. But when you looked at the data and you actually spoke to customers, you could see there were much deeper problems. That the actual business model, the way the company was trying to make money, was tossing huge amounts of friction into the marketplace. It was a negative flywheel. And that the company had to rethink what it was at a far deeper level before it was ready to grow again. And it was acknowledging that problem that allowed them to start solving it and getting on a path to saving the company and moving forward again. Now, ultimately, you need to align with where your CEO is. You can have a healthy debate about it, but if they think you're in one place and you think you're another, you've got to still disagree and commit and be aligned there. Number 2 is, what's the force ranked order of your various and possibly competing goals and different priorities? This is a phenomenal exercise to do to get people in a room and actually make everyone force rank things. You need this for focus, of course. And the exercise for force ranking, you could write out in different priorities on index cards and have people force rank them, stack rank them, or you could do it in a conversation, it doesn't matter. At Meetup, we had a team called the notifications team. And the notifications team was in charge of the emails that get sent out and the push notifications that go through the mobile application. Now, anyone who has used Meetup knows that we send a lot of email. That might have caused you to wince. It might have caused you to chuckle. It's not something that the company's proud of. But the company's also in a bit of a bind because every time it's tried to lower that number, some of the marketplace engagement numbers go down. People join fewer groups, they go to fewer events, which is the whole reason why people are part of the marketplace in the first place. So, company was in a bind, not loving the customer experience it was creating. And we started a team to basically ask this question: how can we apply machine learning, artificial intelligence techniques to send fewer messages, fewer notifications, but better so that our metrics are at least as good, if not better, but it's a better customer experience. So that was the original mission. But the team was also feeling pressure from the CEO to boost our metrics. As if we had a very revenue-oriented CEO, he wanted these numbers to be going up. And then lastly, they were feeling pressure from the engineers because the team was dealing with several old, very brittle, poorly tested tech stacks that made it quite hard to iterate, to evolve, to make changes without things breaking. At first, they tried to create a portfolio approach, and that can be a useful thing when you're working at the CPO level with multiple teams. Taking a portfolio approach can be smart. But at a team level, if you stretch yourself too thin, you just won't be able to execute. And that's what was happening, is that they just weren't getting enough done on any one of these things to feel successful. So the product manager grabbed me, grabbed the CEO, grabbed the team. We got into a room and we had to say no to some things and say yes to some things, because that's good strategy. Good strategy helps you say no to things so that you can focus and execute on the things you need to do. The next question, which sort of veers from strategy into execution, is the mode that your team is in. You need to be very aware of this question, and your team and your executives or stakeholders or whatever you want to call them need to be aware of this as well. There's three big ones here. There's you're trying to hit a numeric goal, get that to go up 30%, get that number to drop by 10%. Or you're trying to discover a path forward. How do we open up a new customer market base? How can we create a new revenue stream? Or you're trying to deliver a very specific feature, often by a very specific time. Now, any of these three things can be valid. It all depends on the context with which the company is playing, right? For that third, product managers often don't like it, but you could have a customer contract that's really important or a big conference that you need to be ready for, right? Those are all valid. The key thing is that you know which one you are, because if you're aiming at the wrong target, and other people, if you're aiming at a target and other people in your team think they're aiming at a different target, or your executives think you're aiming at a different target, you could be in for a world of hurt because people's expectations and perceptions are all askew, right? If you're trying to discover a path forward and your engineer thinks you're trying to ship something, or vice versa, then you're really not going to be aligned and not going to be executing very effectively. Same thing goes if your executive thinks that you're going to be shipping that feature by that date and you're in exploration land, that executive is going to be quite upset. So the key thing is to make sure that everyone is aware that you ask this question in public and that you get alignment with all the key people that are involved. Because your execution path really is going to be different across this. One last point on this, right? If you're trying to hit a numeric goal, while you're going to be running experiments, hopefully, a quarter to a third of your time could be on experiments. The rest is going to be on shipping features. You have to move that number. But if you're on B, if you're discovering a path forward, you do not want to be focused on product and shipping. That's actually a big mistake people make in this mode. You want to be doing a lot of qualitative research and you want to be running lots of experiments. Learning, that's the name of the game there. And then lastly, for C, delivering a specific feature, execution, focus, minimizing scope creep, making sure everyone's aligned to hit the goal, right? All right, I'm going to shift slightly into the communication side from this strategy and team execution side. Because product managers tend to obsess, I'm making a generalization, but tend to obsess about what are we going to build? What are we going to build? But you have to think about the roadmap process as a product as well, so that it runs smoothly and you're creating an opportunity for you and your team to be successful. So here's this first question. Who should be involved in creating the roadmap with me, right? It takes a village to build a roadmap, to build a product. Everyone is invested in what you are doing. Everyone cares about what you're doing. What you're doing affects the customer, it affects the financials, it affects everything, right? Now, not everyone necessarily insists on getting a say, but you need to know who and how you involve them. So how do you involve your team? Who on your team? Hopefully everybody, but who on your team should be involved? Who else within the product and engineering and design organization? And then who else across the rest of the company? Now, this is an area where I stubbed my toe, made a totally unnecessary faux pas when I first joined Meetup. As I mentioned before, there was no roadmap when I got there. The teams were all working on fairly high probability of success projects, but all of those projects were going to be incremental in terms of lift. And here we were with a strategy document with these big goals. So there was a huge discrepancy, right? These little wins were never going to help us get to those big goals, even if they had a pretty good hit rate. So something needed to change. But the only way to sort of reorient an organization onto some bigger swings is you needed a roadmap, you need to explain the why and the what. And so we were in a real hurry to get a roadmap in place. So I grabbed our head of design, Farah, a very smart woman who really understood our customer. And we took over a corner of one of our floors and we started just working in public. We were working on the walls, and I would reach out to people in different teams, grab someone from the customer support team, grab someone from data science and machine learning, grab someone from marketing. You get the picture. And I'd pull them in and we'd expose our ideas and we would have a great back and forth. What I didn't realize was I was actually triggering a cultural sensitivity that, fair or not, there was a perception that previous leadership had favorites, that there were people on the in and people on the out. And by selecting certain people, where I thought I was getting group representation, let's make sure that customer support has a voice, what was happening was that individuals who weren't getting tapped were getting upset and they were getting offended. And they didn't say this to me, they said this to other people. It did bubble up to me. And so it all worked itself out. It wasn't ultimately a problem. I think people realized that I did like working transparently and collaboratively, but I hadn't checked about the sensitivity. I hadn't thought explicitly enough as to who should be involved and why. And so I tripped over myself in a needless way. Now, when you ask this question, you have to ask the next question, which is how do you involve them, right? You can't get bogged down in a billion conversations, but you need to think about how you can involve these different people and different teams in such a way that they feel respected and heard, but that you can keep your process moving forward effectively. Respected and heard, those are the key words there. People don't necessarily need to get their way as long as they feel respected and heard. So when you're thinking about your roadmap process as a product, and you're designing this, right? Design how you interact with people. A few clues about what we did during this, this meetup roadmap, notwithstanding the faux pas I just mentioned. As I said, we pulled people in individually. And then what we started to do was open office hours so that if anyone wanted to engage, they could. And we started doing road shows where we took our ideas out to different teams. This culminated in some documents that were shared with different teams and then rolled up into the next thing that I'm going to talk about, which is what's the best form factor for your roadmap to get the ideas across within the time and budget that you have. And do you need to customize this for different stages in time and different audiences, right? Now, the roadmap I was working on did culminate in a big presentation to the company. And we had pictures and did some storytelling and really tried to sort of help people understand the why and get them excited about the what as well. Leading up to that, however, we had, as I said, we created all these different meetings and office hours and road shows. During those, we would sort of sketch out what we were thinking, but we really tried to listen as much as possible. Not get defensive when people challenged us, but really take in their perspectives. That culminated in a document. So at the very beginning, I asked the new CEO, my new boss, how he liked to receive and sort of absorb a roadmap. Is it slides? Is it something more visual? Is it a document? And he said he liked to read. I've seen roadmaps get done really well through video. It takes time, it takes budget to do it. For high vision concepts, video can be amazing. I've seen comic books that are really good. In our case, we created a document. And there were major sections in the beginning of the document, sort of laid out the why, and then it went into the what, and some of those details around how, although we tried not to get too specific around the how, because we wanted to leave that to the teams to actually execute. Now, rather than sharing this early document out to the entire company, where you'd have a pile on of groupthink and lots of people redlining, which I really wanted to avoid, I cloned different versions of this early draft, and I gave a different cloned copy to different teams. So the customer support team got one, the marketing team got one, finance and legal got one, and they could comment and redline at the team level to try to minimize groupthink. And Farah and I were paying attention to those comments and we're responding to them, asking follow-on questions, again, not getting defensive, but making sure people know we were listening and we were hearing them. This ultimately got synthesized into a larger document that was a more final one that got shared out with the entire company. And even then we were looking for feedback. At the end of every section, there was a link to a Google form where people could write down a question or write down a comment. And then ultimately it turned into this presentation. So if I'm getting anything across, I hope I'm helping you understand that you want to be designing your roadmap process like a product, not just obsessing solely about what you're going to build. The next key part about roadmap gets into the content. And again, people tend to think a lot about what am I going to build? I can't tell you that. That's so context specific to where your company is and what you're all trying to do. But here's a key thing that product managers need to always remember. And another area where I stub my toe, even though after all these years, I should know better. It's this question: have I clearly linked the work to a focused, measurable business goal? Now, when us product people are sharing ideas with each other, a lot of times this sort of gets, it's in shorthand, it's sort of understood and oftentimes unsaid. We get that everything we're trying to do is connected to impact, otherwise we wouldn't bother to do it. We're not just creating features for the sake of creating features, or God, you hope not. But the rest of the organization doesn't understand that shorthand. They don't talk in the same language that we do, and they need to understand. We need to connect the dots to bridge the two worlds between the product world that we think about and the impact and business world that they do. Now, this could be in the form of financial metrics, but not always, right? It could be that you're trying to reduce a certain number of events. It could be that you're trying to increase a certain number of people on a new platform. It could be market share related. It doesn't have to be revenue and EBITDA, right? But it needs to be something that is strategic and measurable for the business. One thing that I'll say is I've often gotten into a situation where this feels particularly hard because the true impact is a ways away, where you have to do a step 1 and then a step 2 and then finally a step 3 to actually get the metric results that you want. And I don't have time to go into a deep story here, but hopefully as I'm saying this, it's resonating that you've had experiences like that too, where the first thing you need to do is a foundational piece. Without that foundational piece, you'll never get the return. But the foundational piece itself doesn't give you the return. So it's hard to do, and it can often feel like bullshit to product managers because you get into fantasy land around these forecasts, but you've really got to reach into the future. You've got to reach to the future and say, all right, if we do lay this foundation, you could admit that the metrics aren't going to move here, but then we're going to do the second step, and that's where the metrics are going to move, and here's how, and here's why. Connect those dots, right? People won't connect those dots on their own. Product people might, but business people and other colleagues will not. So do explicitly connect those dots. Which then leads me to the next question, which is also about connecting dots. How can you use the opportunity to educate and align the company, your leaders, your peers? Now, here's what happens at most companies, is that people have been in the company for a while. They haven't used the product themselves in some time, or they haven't spoken to a customer in some time. Some people have never even used the product and get positions of incredible influence inside a company. And then you can have groups such as customer support where they're talking to customers every single day, but within a particular silo. And they've got a particular context, which is different from other teams. And so you have an opportunity when you do your roadmap to help people see the big picture. You don't want to assume when you're laying out, here's what we're going to build and by when, which is what everyone wants to know, right? That's what everyone's demanding. You don't want to assume that they're going to understand why. Again, other designers, other product people, they probably can get it just by seeing the choices you've made. But non-product people won't. They don't swim in these waters. They don't talk in this language. So you have this opportunity to ground everyone in the customer, in the value the customer is trying to achieve, in the value you're trying to bring to the business. Use this opportunity to focus and reorient people on these key elements of the customer, of value, of the why. Don't assume that they will know why you're making decisions, but tell them explicitly. And it will allow greater alignment, which will then allow your project to be more successful. Number 9 shifts gears into craft. And I had to ask this question because I see this get forgotten or ignored, or maybe those are the wrong words, just not given enough time in enough organizations, and it's heartbreaking. And it's heartbreaking probably for you if you're facing this, as well as designers and engineers on your team, which is that not enough time gets made for this list. Quality and usability testing, paying down technical debt, internationalization, instrumentation, getting your A/B testing infrastructure in place, getting your metrics and measurement in place, iterating after release. My good friend Jeff Gothild used to make a joke that like the biggest fantasy in product is version 1.1. And it's because companies launch a feature, they take all these shortcuts to launch the feature and they jump to the next one and they jump to the next one. That's not how good products get made. You need to get something in the market, learn, and iterate. And what I didn't put in the primary list, but I hope there's time for as well, is experiments, because experiments help you increase the odds that your ideas will be successful. This stuff is a key part of our craft. It should be non-negotiable. Unfortunately, that's often not the case. But what I would push you to do is really ask yourself this question and figure out how can you bake time for this stuff into the roadmap. Just bake it in there. It's there, right? It's not something you have to ask permission for. Just put it in there. Now you can work with your team to decide how much and for which ones of these things. But I guarantee if you're ignoring these things, the team, is feeling strife and anxiety. Designers are upset because you shipped something that didn't have enough delight and now you can't iterate it. And the engineers are upset because you didn't have enough testing infrastructure. And now when something breaks, it's really hard to fix it. And the data science team is upset because you don't understand why the metrics just moved because there was no A/B testing infrastructure to help us piece apart what just happened and why, right? So try to make these things non-negotiable as much as you can. All right, and the last, number 10, to bring this home, gets personal. This is a question to ask for you in your career. What is my boss or their boss suspicious I might be weak on? And how can I use this roadmap as an opportunity to bolster their confidence? Don't let this question get you defensive. We all have strengths and weaknesses. I have tons of them, and tons of weaknesses, let me put it that way. And a good boss is looking at an employee and trying to understand the strengths and weaknesses. And you're trying to understand weaknesses for 2 reasons. One, so you can figure out how to help them grow and how to align them with projects where they'll be successful while growing. But the other is you're trying to figure out how much you can trust someone and how much weight you can put on someone so that you're not setting them up for failure. It's something that you're always doing. It's just basic human nature. So they're going to be asking questions and watching for, are you growing and where are you weak and where are you strong? And don't let that put you off. That's just how it works, in my opinion. But you have an opportunity to ask this question and use the roadmap, because the roadmap touches on so many things: strategy, product design, communication, collaboration, all these different things that product management requires. The roadmap is an opportunity to shine in all of these different things. So explicitly try to figure out where might they think you need some help. Maybe it's your strategic thinking. Maybe it's in financial forecasting and modeling. And use this roadmap as an opportunity to really shine, to really grow. Okay? So I had a funny situation with my previous, the CEO at Meetup that I was talking about, where when I created that first roadmap, and this ties back to the question about business metrics I mentioned, that I had not explicitly asked that question, and I hadn't asked it in the context of this one, where the CEO, my new boss, had had some bad experiences previously with product leaders where he didn't believe they were financially focused enough, that these product leaders were all interested in features and defending the customer and making things look pretty and seem delightful, but what about revenue? What about the bottom line? What about growth? And when he went looking for a new product leader, he really wanted to find someone who cared about the business. And he thought that he had found that in me, but I think because of his experiences, he was keeping an eye on that. He was a little bit worried. We were getting to know each other. So what happened when I shared my very first draft with him, so I had asked him this question. I had said to him, do you like getting things raw and early, or do you like things a little more polished? And he said he liked things raw and early. Great. I like sharing. I love rough draft culture. I like sharing things early because the sooner you can catch misalignment and find out whether you are aligned, the better. Unfortunately, I shared it a bit too early. So we're creating this roadmap and we're in the real sort of initial sketch stage of some big swings. And I just wanted him to know roughly where our heads were at. So I sent over this outline, not even at the document stage I described before. We sent over this outline. And on a Friday night, he started looking at this and he puked all over it. He wrote these mean redline comments on this Google Doc I had shared and apologized for it later. We laughed about this. But what he was doing is he was reading about these sort of conceptual areas of investment and some big features that would help our customers. And he was wanting to know, where is revenue? How is this connected to revenue? How is this connected to a business metric? I hadn't connected the dots yet. I hadn't done it yet. I shared it a little bit too early. And the reason why it was a problem was because I wasn't aware of this question. I wasn't aware of what he was suspicious of or worried about, might be a better way of phrasing it, and trying to keep an eye on it, right? He was trying to sort of spot, okay, I hired this fella. Did I make a good hire? Is he going to make me happy in this area where I've been frustrated before? And as much as I love sharing things early, and he'd asked for something to be shared early, if I had asked this question explicitly and had a conversation with him about it, I would have avoided stubbing my toe. Again, it all worked out just fine, but it was a needless faux pas. So think about this one too. So here are the 10 questions. None of these are answers, and none of these are, what should we build? But I hope that these questions are thought-provoking. I hope these questions help your next roadmap process be more successful. If you want to get in contact with me, my Twitter is Skifco, my email is right there, my website is there. If you're interested in battle testing some of the questions and ideas in this new book, First Principles Product Management with me, please raise your hand, send me an email, or there's a post on my blog that will allow you to sign up for it. I would love to hear from you. I hope this has been a useful talk. I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you very much.
We did it! First half of ProductCon done. And now we're going into a break. It's going to last for around 30 minutes. And we're going to start strong with the head of product at Facebook. So check out your inbox because we'll send you a link for that second part of the event. It's different than the link that we are using for the live stream right now, but if for whatever reason you don't receive that email, don't worry. Just come back to LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter. Just go to the Product School page and we'll be also live streaming from there. So I hope to see you back. Bye. Hey, welcome back. We are ready for the second half of ProductCon, and we are going to start strong with the head of product at Facebook. I also want to give you a quick announcement. We became trending topic on Twitter again, so thank you for being part of the conversation. Continue sharing, use the hashtag ProductCon, feel free to tag us and we'll make sure to repost you, and also know that we are raffling 5 full scholarships worth $1,000 each for everyone who participates on social media, and we'll announce the winners at the end. Without any further ado, let me introduce to Anand Vasishta, head of product at Facebook.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining me today for my talk about how product leaders can stay relevant and never go out of style. Before we jump into that, my name is Anand Vasishta. I wanted to quickly thank Product School for putting this together and also giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. Of course, by this point, you've had a full day of speakers, some great presentations, and lots of lessons you're kind of taking away with you. And I want to end the day for you with key principles and behaviors that are going to be relevant to your product career, both now and in the future. Of course, I can't be there in person with you today, so I'd love for you guys to comment as we go along, so we can kind of have an engaging discussion throughout the entirety of the talk. Sounds good? Cool. Who's heard this phrase before? What got you here won't get you there, right? So whether you're a product leader working at a large corporation or at a startup, you typically think about, taking on new skills and new behaviors as you go along, effectively shedding the old and learning the new. And which is, I think, perfect and great, and I think that's all good things to do as you kind of increase your scope and responsibilities. But what I want to focus on today is around 5 key principles and behaviors that I believe never go out of style. So product leaders can reuse this and repurpose these over and over again as you progress in your careers. So a little bit about me. I've been in 15 plus years in the product game, if you will, currently at Facebook. Previously, I was at Amazon and Boeing, as well as some startups. I've done work around consumer products, enterprise products, software products, and hardware products, kind of the whole gamut and all the permutations, if you will. Currently in social media, but previously in digital retail, aerospace and defense, education, and also clinical research. On the side, I mentor and coach a lot of product leaders who are early in the career, and I'm also a startup advisor. I'll share with you some of my journey today and pick out some examples and some counter examples to just like make the point and kind of showcase what I'm trying to talk about. But of course, as with anything, your results may vary as our journeys will be inherently different. So let's talk about things that do go out of style. Right, so fashion and other trends typically go out of style. So in my world, for example, in the 90s, I used to wear baggy jeans, which were great back then, and everybody I knew were wearing them. Of course, if I was to try to do that today, it would be a pretty tough sell. Of course, 90s, trends are coming back, so there's probably some wiggle room there. But I think the idea here is that trends come and go, and there's always a new way of doing things, and that ends up being the old way of doing things. And so if you think about some of the 90s websites from a design perspective, or even the ones from the early 2000s with the Web 2.0, you wouldn't implement the same things today. And similarly, management strategies change over time because new research comes out, new learnings are kind of considered in the equation, and we kind of grow from there. But I would like to for you guys to think about how leaders don't go out of style, especially the best known iconic leaders stay relevant. And so I would like to posit that great product leaders anchor themselves on a few key principles and behaviors, and they kind of build this well of these principles and behaviors that they dip into over and over again throughout the course of their career. And so the first one, and you will start off with some controversy here, the first one is being patient. So growing up, you probably heard about good things come to those who wait. It's a common idiom, common phrase, and it's all about waiting and being patient for things to go how you expect them to go. But the best product leaders are actually very proactive. And so if you think about how you be impatient with the details, right? So whether it's at the feature level, the content level, just kind of get into nitty gritty. But you can also be impatient about the broader perspective, like when it comes to strategy and where things are going. So when you think about the team and organizational level, you want to look for opportunities to improve performance. When you have like a great team members within your team who are all individually placed for the roles that they're part of, they can actually do a lot more than you can do by yourself, and you need to be there for every single decision. When you think about users and customers, you want to think about innovating on their behalf, right? So if you kind of embody the users' like impatience with how things are going, their pain points, that'll really help you think about how to develop breakthrough solutions for them. And so, real quick tangent, impatience, and what I mean by that isn't about just flipping tables and being disruptive all the time. It's not about pivoting in the name of constant improvement. It's actually a little bit different than that. So when you think about Keanu and you think about his interviews that he does, he's extremely quiet and very deliberate about taking his time. But when he speaks, he drops knowledge. And so the idea here isn't so much about constantly flipping around and changing and pivoting things. It's more about doing the hard thinking, critical thinking, and looking for opportunities to effectively challenge the status quo. And that's how you want to kind of approach this. And so in my experience when I was at Boeing, we were working on a new program to deploy drones, robots effectively for aerial ones and ground ones to help people in uniform get information and transport some of their equipment. Which makes a lot of sense. From a controlling standpoint, we had a big control, computer box, effectively like a big mega laptop, to control all these drones. You can do it in one place at one time. But the problem there was this big computer box costed millions of dollars. So while the concept made sense to keep things simple, have like one controller to control all these drones, I thought to myself, there's probably a better way to do this. We can probably do a lot more with a lot less. And if we make it cost effective, we could probably give it to a lot more people in uniform. And so I kind of raised my hand and talked to leadership about this, and I pitched them this idea that, hey, I think there's other ways to do this, and I gave them some options, but they were not convinced, right? They did not agree with this proposal. They said, here's where we're going, and you just have to kind of come on board. So what I did was I took the same pitch and I went to a completely different organization within the company, focused on research, and I pitched them the exact same thing. And if you kind of think about how you would pitch like a VC or an investor, that's exactly what I did. And from them, I secured some seed money, effectively some research funding. And then I went ahead and recruited 2 engineers to kind of join me on my journey. And over the course of a few months, we effectively built a real prototype using a ruggedized kind of tablet-like equipment with running Android on it, and all the kind of capabilities that we could probably think about to just like prototype this concept. And what we did at the end of this was we took it to a defense conference where we kind of showcased this just to kind of get some feedback. And lo and behold, the people in uniform actually loved this because it was super familiar to them. It was more like how to use devices at home. And it also did 50%, if not more than, of the same capabilities of this big monolithic thing that we're building as the official kind of program of record. And so you want to think about how you want to embody challenge the status quo. You want to also kind of think about how to change things when they don't make sense to you. With the second piece here, we're talking about starting with the end. And so folks often get stuck in the day-to-day and getting lost in your own little world, and you get into this notion of if you build it, they will come. But the best product leaders look for the quarter ahead, if not the year or two ahead. They're looking above and beyond what you would be thinking about from a day-to-week, from a day-to-day perspective and a week-to-week perspective. And so when you think about the team and org level, people want to know where are we going and why are we on this journey with you. And it's not just about having a North Star, although that's really good to have. It's more about having a strategy that you're operating towards, right? So when you kind of think about the customers and the market, you want to start with the ideal solutions to their problem. And there's concepts such as customer development that help you do this. But the idea is to kind of figure out what the end state is, what does really solving the problem look like, and build to get there. Of course, pivots are okay, right? You can revise your approach as you go along, as you learn new things. And so it's about having an end state and taking different ways to kind of get to the same spot. And so you want to ask yourself questions around what does good look like? What does better than good look like? And also what does great look like, right? So these are questions you want to kind of constantly ask yourself as you go along. And Airbnb actually uses this concept called 11-star experience, right? So there's a 10-star experience, which is like really good, but then they kind of push themselves forward with this 11-star experience concept to really imagine what does a great solution look like, because then you can now focus on kind of going through the journey to kind of get there. And who do this really well? Athletes do this extremely well, and they actually might be the greatest at it, right? So athletes do a really good job of this process called visioning, where they picture themselves, winning the championship trophy, at the end of the season, at the end of the playoffs. And once they have that clarity in mind, the end vision in mind, the rest of it just becomes a journey. It's about the practices and the games to kind of get there, and they know where the end destination is. And so for me, at my startup BrowseMob, we kind of learned this the hard way, right? So this is like a counter example. We started off solving supply chain and logistics problems. So think about trucks and distribution and all that sort of thing. But we actually wound up building a platform for people to get deals on apparel products. And for retailers, this was great too, because they could smoothen out their pricing curve. So we started from like one end of the spectrum and went to the completely different side of that spectrum, and this took us many years to get there. But when I reflect back, it just didn't have to be that way, right? We got caught up for the longest time in this build mode, build for the sake of building, without really asking where we wanted to be. And so product leaders not only need to develop and keep this end state in mind, you have to also think about the teams that are coming with you on the journey, right? We had a tough time kind of keeping the morale going as we constantly changed our approaches because we didn't have a clear end state in mind. So we could have gotten there a lot quicker had we done that up front. And so number 3 here is kind of building on the same theme, but oftentimes we kind of get stuck in what I call tunnel vision, right? So we focus on things we have direct control over, or maybe we built a few products and championed a few products, and so they become our babies, and then we don't want to do anything about them. We want to just like let them continue to operate. But the best leaders kind of connect the dots and are really doing what we call systems thinking. So if you kind of think about systems, you're a system, the products and a portfolio of products that you're building are systems, the organization you're part of is another system, and of course the market and like the end users are part of the system as well. And these are all dynamic moving pieces. So you kind of get into this world of system of systems kind of behavior and kind of notion. But the ideal state is to actually pull together these different pieces together to build solutions. And so if you think about how do I connect the dots and how do I do the systems thinking to connect the few features and products and solutions I have to build this long-lasting solutions, you can think about them being durable over a long period of time. And so Jobs is known for a lot of different things, and in my opinion, his best aspect was threading the needle. So he was really good at bringing together the various, seemingly unmatched products and features together to create an ecosystem and an experience for everyone. And this wasn't just the end user, it was also for the teams who were working along with this vision to be able to actually build the right thing. So it wasn't just the iPhone or the apps ecosystem or the Mac ecosystem as separate, disparate things. It was the interconnectedness and the interoperability of them all, so that there was no hard stop or cliffs from an end user standpoint. There was no dead ends, and the users could kind of float between them from here to there. And this kind of still is exhibited today with a lot of the products from Apple. And so in my experience, we just launched Amazon Business to kind of basically bring Amazon for business customers, just like we'd had for multiple years. And so we started off with some of the basic capabilities for buying, but which made sense. But when you think about it, businesses are really different. So you and I may buy a printer cartridge, but businesses will probably buy hundreds of them for all their printers. You and I may buy singles. Businesses will get pallets and truckloads, and so clearly different orders of magnitude that we were talking about. So while we had the initial pieces, we had procurement system integration, we had pricing and shipping, of course. There were definitely a lot of hard stops and cliffs along the way where business customers would get stuck because they couldn't truly execute everything that they wanted to do as part of their workflow. And so what we did was we started focusing on connecting all the dots together. So we started focusing on not just the features, but how do we tie together all these features together into real full solutions? And so if you look at the Amazon Business offering today, you'll see a wide range of capabilities working together to simplify procurement, whether you're a single sole proprietor or in an organization with multiple employees. And so you want to think about how do I mishmash these different things together to actually create the solution that people are looking for. And this helps your team also understand how they play a role in all of this. The next piece here is around mind melding, right? This is the fourth piece here. So if you're a Star Trek fan, you probably are very familiar with the Vulcan mind meld. It's about thoughts and experiences and memories and knowledge that's shared between two individuals. Of course, humans don't have this capability, but the best product leaders actually practice this really effectively. So it's not just about communications, although that's a big part of this. It's about building relationships, trust, alignment, empathy, and even shared values, right, between people. And when you kind of think about the entire organization that you're part of, you want to think about synergy, right? How does the combined effect, how do you make the combined effect far greater than what you would be able to do on your own as a product leader? And so when you do this really well, you can overcome setbacks. You can kind of lead organization through various changes that they're going through. You can make a hard pivot to save your company, your startup. And these kind of like really tough things not only become possible, but they kind of become a little bit more straightforward and easy when you've done this process of mind melding and making sure that you and the rest of the organization you're part of are on the same page, not just from a communication standpoint, but kind of building that trust and empathy. And so the most effective leaders actually operate on two aspects of this, right? First is they focus on understanding from the other person or set of people. Then they focus on being understood. I've seen this happen multiple times where product leaders kind of get caught up in try really hard to get their points across, and what they don't do or they forget to do is actually hear the team out. And sometimes it can be even worse. They actually may not hear the customer who's actually sharing their pain point or disagreement. And so if you don't know where the other party is, how will you actually meet them or even meet them halfway, right? And the other side of this equation is being equally understood. So I've also seen product leaders make this mistake where they kind of come in, drop their document, their slide deck or vision statement, and just assume that people know exactly what's going on and what they mean by that. But this is going to be a recipe for disaster, but because if you haven't taken the time to actually get them to understand what you're trying to say, it'll cause a lot of churn. And sometimes you'll end up doing the exact same thing you should have done in the first place, but you'll do this over a period of weeks and months, and it really causes a lot of disruption amongst team members. And so when reflecting back on my experience when I was responsible for the Amazon bestsellers as part of this broader portfolio of products, the bestseller stuff was working great. I was chugging along, on your top left here, people were finding it useful. They would frequent this page and make decisions on what to purchase. But then, in the team, we had this hypothesis about, hey, it might be a good idea to know what the bestseller is when you're actually looking at the product detail page, which is when you're going to make the final decision to actually add something to your cart, right? Some people get caught up in analysis paralysis. And so kind of took this concept, took it to a VP in this completely different part of the organization, and they were focused on the detail page and a few other things, but we got a lot of pushback. I got a lot of pushback about, hey, we've done this in a certain way, the detail page is super important, which it is, right? Because it makes the final add to cart decision, and we don't want to like, add new things to it when everything's working just well. And so what I did is I took that feedback, tried to understand where they're coming from. I wrote up docs on trying to showcase what their feedback is, and also providing our perspective on the same concepts. And at the same time, I spent a lot of time building relationships, earning their trust. And at the end of the day, the kicker to this was actually bringing in the data. So during this kind of long multi-month debate that we were having, at the team level, we actually ran some experiments within search results to just quickly understand from a data standpoint whether people do in fact appreciate having this information at their being available to them. When you look at search results, and what found out was that people actually love these, right? They love knowing what's the best seller, especially when they're looking at multiple products and they weren't sure about it. And so we brought all the documents back, the relationship and the trust that we already had, and added the data factor to it to fully kind of communicate where we were coming from, in addition to understanding where they were coming from. So eventually we were able to test this, and we launched this. Now it's across the website in all the spots, and there's a bunch of follow-ups that have happened since then in terms of the Amazon Choice label and a few other things. So just like ways to think about how do you kind of get on the same page as another organization, just so you can make sure that you first hear them out, but then also, of course, go back with them with how you want to be understood. And the last thing here, if you take nothing away from this presentation, it should be this one, which is be humble and be curious, right? So the best product leaders understand that they don't know everything, and that's perfectly fine. It's totally okay. The idea here is to hire the people who are really great at their roles. And sometimes these folks will be better than the product leaders, right? They might be better than you in a certain aspect, and that's totally perfectly fine. The idea is to recognize that you don't understand everything, and you probably never will, but it's also about being curious about learning something that you don't understand. So you're kind of going there with the assumption that you really need to kind of pay attention and learn through the cycle. And so when you look at this quote from Notorious B.I.G., it kind of resonates with the idea of being humble. So if you treat everything like it's your first project, you kind of come at it with a sense of curiosity, a sense of humility, and even a sense of hunger, because you're coming at it with a fresh perspective and a fresh set of eyes. And so this applies to how you relate to your team and organization, and because you're serving them as a product leader, and so you want to always be humble in terms of how you approach them. It also applies to how you build products and grow your business. Right? If you kind of take this approach of how do I provide solutions for the market, for the end users, you can think about being humble and taking a different perspective. And so in my experience, you kind of think about these different solutions from the delivery tech organization within Amazon, lockers at the stores, lockers at the apartment complexes, but also in-home delivery, in-car delivery, using all these devices and Internet of Things. And they've only been around for a couple of years, right? So these are relatively new pieces of solving for the solution, but they're extremely useful and solve some real problems for real people. And so when I joined this organization, this delivery tech organization, the first thing I did, even though I knew how to get packages, and even I've been getting packages for a long time, I went on what you call ride-alongs. Effectively, you hop on board with a delivery agent and you kind of spend a day and understand how things work from their perspective. So I did this in the Bay Area in California. I also did this in Delhi in India, because I want to kind of get a feel for the whole spectrum of how things may be working. And you start the day early in the morning. You come in at the delivery kind of regional distribution centers, look at how all the shipments are coming in, and then you kind of follow along for the routing process, and of course with the delivery agents when they go out to like residential places or commercial places to deliver them, which is a really tough thing to do because it's a long day. There's a lot of packages you have to handle. Similarly, I also spent time doing in-field research and customer interviews locally to understand how people deal with packages, right? Whether it's residential, like regular customers, or even the people who manage the mail room. And so when you kind of take these approaches of understanding, whether you've always been receiving packages and you may want to actually understand a little bit better, you're out in the sun, sweating, delivering these packages, that gives you a newfound appreciation for how the process is working, or maybe potentially how it's not working so well. Similarly, when you're kind of experiencing the frustrations of a messy mailroom, you kind of start understanding how property managers kind of deal with this problem as well. So it's about putting yourself in the shoes and understanding something that you may not have fully understood or may have kind of cursorily browsed over. So it's just not just about the end results. It's about building an end-to-end solution where you're kind of solving for problems along the way. And when you do that across the entire spectrum, that could truly change the game. And so I want to quickly wrap up here and summarize. Great product leaders definitely anchor themselves on a few key principles and behaviors, and they kind of build this well, which they can dip into over and over again. And these 5 key principles and behaviors on the screen here, I truly believe will never go out of style. So product leaders can reuse and repurpose these over and over again as you progress in your careers, and you can also tweak them as you go along, as you learn, increase your scope and increase your responsibilities. And before I wrap up, I want to quickly call out a request for feedback. I would love to hear from you and learn from you. So if you go to this website, myname.com/product school, there's a survey that I'm hoping you can take, so I can learn from you and understand how you found this to be helpful for you. With that, I want to say thank you and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
So when we started product school, we mostly focused on helping individuals break into product management and land that first PM job. We've evolved a lot, as well as the entire product world. So now we're able to offer a full end-to-end solution to also help corporations nurture internal talent and also train other people to grow in product, not just at the entry level. We're proud to work with incredible clients such as Boston Consulting Group, Zendesk, Freddie Mac, Visa, Walgreens, just to name a few. So if you are thinking about upskilling your product team or helping other people that are not in product but they need to know more about how product management works, feel free to contact us.
Welcome to the ProductCon online panel discussion. Really excited to have you here. And today's topic is about achieving product market fit in saturated markets. And I'm really excited to speak to my panelists today. So before we do that, giving a brief round of introduction about myself. My name is Richa Parikh. I am a product manager at Uber. And before Uber, I was a product manager at Google. And before that, I worked in fintech and some startups, had my own startup. So I've had some sort of a background in several industries. And I'm also an instructor at product school. So I teach emerging or prospective product managers about a few nuances about product management. So really excited to talk to all of you. I am looking forward to a great session of learning. So always nice to talk to experts. So with that, why not we kick off with a quick round of introductions, and I would love to start by hearing your thoughts after that about your thoughts on a product you worked on and something you've been thinking about. But before that, why not we go out with a round of introductions before we jump into our conversation?
Great.
Alex, why don't you start? You're alphabetically first.
Yeah, let's do it. My name's Alexa Matrana-Lowe. I'm the director of the core experience at Fivetran. Fivetran is a startup. We're in the B2B SaaS space where we're moving data. So we're building automated data pipelines for any kind of company in any industry of any size. So folks can, on their own, without the help of an engineer, actually get the data they need for the purpose of analytics.
Hey, my name is Odemus. I'm the president and founder of Debridge. We're a product consultancy, and actually we partner with organizations such as Wells Fargo and Grainger and others, United Airlines, to help them build up the product capability in-house and help them actually get products stood up and launched to market.
Cool. And I am Simone Barsky-Mealy. I'm product director over at Discovery Inc., which is the home to Food Network, HGTV, Discovery, all of those really fun brands. And my background is really at the intersection of entertainment and utility. So previously at Sundance Now, Warner Brothers, People, particularly focusing on streaming services and media.
Wow, what exciting, varied backgrounds. Thank you for sharing that. So before I start into more detailed conversations, I would love to start by hearing your thoughts about a product you have worked on and how you have been thinking about its product market fit. So we could go alphabetically again.
Yeah, let's do it. So at Fivetran, I've been at Fivetran for about 2 years. We've had product market fit for our core product for about 3. So I came in to the happy position of already having an understanding of, our core use case. But in my tenure at Fivetran, I've actually been able to help identify a new use case for us to enter. And so we are now working to build out what we're calling our Powered by Fivetran use case, which is actually an embedded solution for a totally different buyer. Our core buyer and our core value is accelerating analytics for internal organizations. And we're moving into this new market of accelerating development for product and product teams, so that instead of building out pipelines to actually deliver data to their end users, Fivetran is going to be a part of that utility to do that. So it's a totally different use case. It's a totally different product. It's built upon our existing core solution. But in order to really identify, hey, this is something we should do. Hey, this is a new buyer we should go after. Hey, this is a new problem for us to solve. The first thing that we did was we identified, hey, this is a problem. We've talked to a bunch of customers and really understood, hey, how are they building SaaS application data into their user experience? And understood, hey, this is actually 8 to 10 weeks of work to get this data into the user experience for a very high value resource and a really expensive long process. So, oh gosh, with that research, we understood there's value here. There's value here in solving this problem. And so all of that research and all of that understanding happened before we went and we tried to identify a solution. And so that's really kind of the methodology that we use to identify product market fit, is identifying the problem, identifying the value of solving that problem, and then after you kind of have those two pieces, actually building out a solution.
Wow. So user research being a pillar of how you're making those decisions. Arimas, how has that been for you?
Yeah, so obviously we're a consultancy, right? So I'll use a client experience because I think it's an interesting example. And one of our clients is Grainger, so they're in industrial supply, and they sell a catalog of over 5 million different products through their e-commerce experience. And they came up with the idea, or in general, they felt market pressure from players like Amazon coming into their space, because Amazon obviously encroaches on pretty much every single type of business that is operating in e-commerce. And so Grainger was looking at, how do you change the business model where you're going to become more competitive or harder to compete with for the likes of Amazon. So how do you differentiate that offering, right? Because if you play just on the technology space, just via e-commerce, that's a game that Amazon will always win just because of the nature of the beast. Yeah. So, I'll kind of touch on prototyping a little bit, but for us, it was a lot about, how do you, instead of making assumptions around the benefit of the new business model or how industrial supply products should be sold online, how do you get to data-driven decisions? So we heavily leverage prototyping, but not just prototyping in early phases of the product, but prototyping out a data-driven experience, which we could then test with existing purchasing departments of major clients for Grainger, and not only test the prototype, but also test the similar workflow across Grainger.com current experience, the target future experience, as well as closest competitors like McMaster Carr. So we have purchasers, because we didn't want to bias data or bias results, so we didn't even tell them it was Grainger's future, right? It was an anonymous new product that was entering the market. So we didn't want to taint the data, and we didn't want to essentially influence the results that we were getting out of the prototyping. And so that was kind of the methodology that we used to isolate the feedback that was coming back from the prototype.
Oh, that's exciting. We'd love to hear more about how that process went in as we proceed with the conversation, but thank you for sharing that. Simone, I'd love to hear your perspective and your thoughts on how you have been thinking through the same challenge.
Sure. I think to reflect what Alexa and Arma said, I definitely believe research is the first step, the whole process of discovery. So sounds like they've already covered that. I think particularly in the media space where I'm working, there definitely is a saturated market, of course, of streaming services, and everybody is really competing to get your eyeballs, right? So there are a lot of competitors when it comes to distribution, app performance, but most importantly, content. So I would say over the course of my career, I've worked on projects that have either gained product market fit, lost it sometimes because of other competitors in the market and the way that content and licensing works, but also some that have just never found it. And I think experiencing all three of those conditions has been really important to me as a PM in understanding when do your theories go right and what kind of support do you really need in order to validate a product far enough to actually build it out. So yeah, I've experienced all three, and I definitely think research is like the number one thing that is important to put a lot of your efforts into to justify the rest of the process.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Absolutely. Can't emphasize enough on both like the research and understanding really what your customers want in order to build products for what really is solving a problem for them or an unmet need of theirs. So let's dive a little bit more into this whole process. So I would love to hear some perspective on what should be the thought process about the product market fit, especially when a product is in a prototype stage. Is it, or do you think like at the stage of prototyping, it's really too soon to talk about product market fit? Like, how do you go about making that thought process happen? What goes on in your minds?
I can jump in here. So I think it is never too early to think about product market fit. And I actually think prototyping, which when I think about prototyping is really related to usability and design, is already a little bit too late to be thinking about product market fit. You really need to be understanding what is your user base's pain points, and is the addressable market of this pain point big enough to even justify building out a whole product around. So discovery is enormously important at the very beginning of a product experience, because you need to be able to say, not only is this a big enough problem, but it hurts people enough that they will actually seek out my product to be able to solve it. And so that's a mix of market research, user interviews, really going through all of your customer reports, App Store ratings, NPS scores, a whole host of things that really helps you understand where are you not solving problems for the user that they need solved. I'll kick it over to Alexa. It seems like you have a lot of agreement here.
I'm a very expressive person. It's just a part of my new Zoom life. But yeah, I 100% agree. Like, you cannot, prototyping is after you validated. It's expensive. It takes developer resources. So before you get into that process of prototyping either with design or prototyping both with design and engineering, those are both very expensive processes. So the business case needs to be there. But I do think throughout the prototyping process, iterating and making sure, hey, I'm really solving a problem with this solution. Hey, this solution is actually valuable. The other thing that we do at Fivetran that I love is, as we're iterating and with our prototype with our users, we do what we call willingness to pay interviews. It's a monetizing innovation methodology, but we're really asking folks, hey, you just used that solution, what's it worth to you? And that really is a way of validating that what you're building makes sense for your user and is actually valuable to them. So throughout our prototyping process, we are constantly asking, what's the value here? And that might be more of a B2B type solution where we're really direct. Hey, what would you pay for this? But that is something that I think is super valuable, because no one's going to say, hey, I'm going to pay you $20,000 for this unless they actually think it's worth it. And so those types of questions I think are really critical throughout kind of that iteration process.
Okay.
Yeah, we run into a slightly different scenario because, when we're typically dealing with these multinational enterprises, right? And so their investment into new potential product ideas is a significant channel that they want to push money into, right? So they do a lot of the upstream research and they identify potential opportunities, but for them, a lot of the times they don't know the potential problem that the people are maybe having, because they want to open a new revenue channel with a completely new product that they launch into the market. So, prototyping something for several $100,000 and actually testing it with actual users for them is a viable approach, because they're not afraid of that investment. It's for them, it's actually an acceptable thing to kill off if it doesn't return essentially it doesn't justify the investment long term. That's an investment that they can make. So we kind of try to, the problem with enterprise that we run into a lot of the times is they tend to over document and over analyze before attempting, right? So kind of like the paralysis through analysis, where let's try to identify all possible use cases, all possible inflections and users and so on and so forth, without actually making the leap and allowing the market to dictate whether the product is going to be able to take off or not. So we try to balance out both of those. But I agree with both of you in terms of, you obviously need to do a little bit of research up front before you start spinning up engineering teams and design teams.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, this is something which is more of a recurring theme. We hear that everywhere I have also worked, it's more like, hey, understanding your users first, and then get into the whole realm of really investing all of those resources that you mentioned, Alexa. But interesting take, Orimas, on how you tackle it at your end. So pivot, extending a little bit on the same thought. So if I'm a PM and I see there are already multiple big players in the field, but I still feel that my product has a room, how do I assess the fit in a situation like that?
I think I can take a couple of these and then I'll pass it on to the team. So we've played in this space. There's another product that we've built in the past, which was Service Bridge, and it competed in the field service industry. And so servicing equipment out in the field, right? You go out with a mobile application, you're able to collect payment, you're able to complete work orders, things like that. And actually, we got into this industry a long time ago, and we were too slow in building that product up. And by the time that we really were I would say, mature enough or had enough cash flow to continue investing into the product, the industry was then saturated with players like ServiceNow. And to give you an example, ServiceNow has an annual spend of $100 million running at a loss. Try competing with that, right? So that when we looked at that, and in general, when you look at a product market fit and you look at a saturated market with other players, you have to weigh, all right, who are the other players and what type of investment are they actively making, right? Now, if they're sufficient business that is running on their, they have a healthy P&L, they have profitability, that's fine. But if you have like outliers that have venture money being poured into them by hundreds of millions of dollars in a year, that is probably a test of your own appetite, right? You're going to go, okay, well, can we invest close to that? Because that would probably indicate whether you can compete or not in that type of saturated market. So that's our experience of, you sometimes realize that, well, competing on a level playing field, it's completely impossible if there's essentially a giant that is spending tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars a year in dominating that particular market.
Yeah, absolutely. Alexa, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So Fivetran we are in a highly saturated market. We have incumbents like Informatica and Talend that have been around for 20, 30 years and charge our comparable customers, millions of dollars for a pipeline solution. And we have other types of kind of startups in the space that are also bidding for the same users and trying to solve a similar problem. Fivetran is very different philosophically than the incumbent. So our incumbent solutions are really time intensive to set up and build. So Informatica, for example, you'll see at enterprise companies, there's administrators whose full-time job is dealing with Informatica and Talend. And so our kind of product philosophy and what we have in market is really different than the incumbent technology, because it just requires 5-minute setup, 0 configuration, 0 maintenance. So we kind of carved a space within the market for something that is different. And generally that is really appetizing for a non-enterprise buyer that doesn't already have Informatica or Talend, because it's, oh my gosh, the biggest project to go into your technology stack and rip out a piece of technology and put in a different one. That's like, oftentimes a multi-year project. So we've kind of carved out that different space where we're solving the same problem. We have a tool that does pipelines on your behalf, but it does it in a much easier, lower cost way. So that kind of built a little space within a really saturated market for our solution. And what then we saw, oh gosh, there's a lot of other people who see that space and are adding in their solutions. So the folks like Illuma and Stitch came into that market as well. And what we now have is kind of a funny situation where those startup technologies that are really comparable to what we do have gotten purchased by different solutions. So now we're kind of alone in this space as an independent company. Illuma was purchased by GCP, Stitch was purchased by Talend, and I think, like Arima said, you really have to look at how much these companies are investing in their technology and what is what you're doing comparable. So if we look at Stitch, for example, that was purchased by Talend, it's actually what they're doing is they're running that business at a loss and they are not investing in it. So if you look at their changelog or the release notes for 2020, there's like 6 entries. And if you look at our changelog and our entries, there's like, 50, 60 per month. And so we really have kind of a different position in the market in terms of the strategy and kind of how our company is operating that's very different than some of our competitors. So,
and you're able to retain that speed to market too, right? With, like you were saying, with those releases, you're able to hit much faster as opposed to those large entities.
Totally, exactly. And we're keeping our solution very differentiated with all those releases. So, you know, the reliability is a lot better. We're keeping up with, you know, updating in relation to kind of the sources that we work with. We're adding new features. And so that just kind of continues to build out, hey, there's a space for us in this highly saturated market. We're doing something different.
Okay, so you found a way to differentiate yourself, even though you were surrounded by giants and experts in the field that you operate in. That's super exciting. Simone, what about you?
Yeah, I think doesn't matter which market you're looking at, or B2B, B2C, whatever model you're following, the two things that you always need to consider when you're assessing if there's a space for you in that market is, what are the table stakes that the users are expecting if you enter this market? So for example, if you are trying to launch a new social media app, you have to understand that anyone going into a social media app is going to expect commenting, some kind of interaction and moderation, some level of quality, right? So those table stakes, you really shouldn't even get into the market unless you're ready to hit them. And then you, as Alexa and Aramis talked about, really, what is the unique value prop that you're bringing that doesn't exist in the market? It's okay to go into a niche, but and work on something that's really uniquely yours, but you always have to assess, is the market big enough for that particular niche? And in building all of the things required in table stakes, is it going to be worth it in the end for this unique value prop to come out in the market? It's always assessing, like, is it worth the amount of money it's going to take to buy it, maintain it, and acquire users for?
Okay. That's definitely very valuable. So continuing to the same point, and Simone, I'll start with you. So say you've established those table stakes, as you say, and you think that you're reasonably ready to make that at least from a product feature point of view in whichever industry you're working in. At what point would you think about launching a new product versus pivoting to a new product concept?
That is a great question. So anytime that you are launching any new product, right, you always have to be very honest with yourself. I think this is something that product managers have to develop discipline around, which is you have to create a very distinct set of metrics at the beginning of a product experience where you say, okay, these are the 3 things or 4 things, whatever metrics they are, that I really want this product to hit from a performance standpoint, whether that's number of users or engagement, whatever it might be. And once you finally go through the entire process of the discovery, the delivery, the launch, at the end of it, you have to be so honest with yourself and say, did I hit the metrics that I anticipated? Did this product do what I wanted it to do? It is totally okay if the answer is no, because maybe there are different customer flows that need to be optimized. There are tons of A/B testing and multivariate testing you can do to make optimizations and tweaks to the product that can get you closer to hitting those performance metrics. But after a while, if you're noticing that just fundamentally users are not adopting it and it's not solving the problem, then you should pivot. And part of being a PM is recognizing when you need to sunset something, or when you put too much investment into a product, it isn't doing what you want it to do, and you can move on from it. Yeah, and part of that is also just not getting too attached to your own ideas, right? I think pivoting is a really hard but really important skill to develop that is easiest when you base it off of metrics.
Okay.
Can I add something on metrics? One thing
of
that
course.
We've used to deter people from falsely following false prophets is when you look at building out the metrics, look for the metrics to be specific, achievable, and measurable. So as long as they're specific, measurable, and achievable, you can actually tie your stakeholders or sponsors to a commitment that is, like you said, measurable. And then you pick up product analytics, anything like Mixpanel or Adobe Analytics or whatever else you want to be using, you plug that into the product, and all of a sudden you have very, very hard data that's hard to run away from. And so when you have those tough conversations, I mean, it's okay to not see the data that you want to see and still continue investing into it if that's a conscious decision and everyone's on board. I mean, a lot of these products take a really, really long time to spin up and get the results that you want. but at least you have something that's hard and referenceable instead of ambiguous and kind of vaporware, right? So that's a pragmatic way that we've used to isolate those behaviors.
I think to that point, I would just add, because in launching Powered by Fivetran that I referenced earlier, we had really clear measures of, hey, this is success. Hey, this is the money we want to make from this, all the stuff that you do. But one thing that I missed is here's the time frame that's actually reasonable for us to achieve this. And so, 2 months after we launched, our executive team was like, should we kill this? And because it just wasn't performing at the level that was like, hey, this is our target and here's our North Star. So along with measures and targets, the time frame that seems reasonable for an actual go, no go evaluation, or like let's pivot evaluation, needs to also be defined. So that was a thing that I missed in that. And I had to then work with my stakeholders to have those kind of harder conversations about, hey, should this thing get killed? And so that was just one thing that I learned through that process that I want to make sure folks
That's a really good point.
take into consideration.
That's really, really a good point. I mean, you want to achieve a certain metric. You have all of these ideas that you want to, get your customers onboarded. You want to make the money, but then, hey, how long are you going to take to do that? And it's so critical to establish those baselines. So that's a good segue into my next question. So in terms of awareness, right, a lot of it stems from the awareness. So how in your market, like, do we need to create more awareness for importance of finding a product market fit? That could be, the way of testing more, or taking that time, because it takes a while for customers to actually find value when a new product is offered to them. So like, how do you create, or what do companies need to do more, or as PMs we need to do more in order to educate our maybe leadership or our stakeholders or people that we work with around, hey, there is a process and there is a time that it takes to achieve product market fit, and how do we go about making that happen? Okay.
So I can try to take that. I think that comes in like that initial proposal. So when you've done your research and you've put together your business case, and the business case requires that you're defining success, you're defining the P&L potentially, you're defining all of the kind of dimensions of what this solution or what this new product could look like. A big piece of that is setting those expectations early with stakeholders of, hey, this is what this could look like. Here's how we're going to measure success. If I did this right, and here's the timeline that we should be looking into, and really kind of aligning before you make that decision with your executive team, aligning around those expectations early. So in my experience, it's in that initial kind of proposal that you're giving to the stakeholders to build the business case to get the financing for a whole new thing, that you should be kind of making those expectations known.
Yeah, I always default back to the pragmatic ways, right? Exercises that you can use, or capabilities that a business needs to have to be aware of product market fit, or at least to set themselves up to seek it out. So the number one thing is we always recommend that service design become an exercise that an organization routinely runs, so that anytime you look at the service that you're trying to build a product for, you can run a service design exercise and actually map out all of the pain points in that particular service, whether it's an automation play, user experience play, self-service, whatever happens to be the priority. Number two is, the organization has to have some kind of design-centric capability. You all mentioned, Simone and Alexa said this before. Like, you need to be able to do that research. You need to be able to have your end user as part of that definition and execution workflows. And then the third thing that I've been harping on for quite a while is analytics from day one is incredibly important, because without any type of real-world data, without analytics from that product, it's all just bias, and so it can sway any direction. So those three things: service design, being design centric, and then analytics from day one.
total agreement. With the two of you, I think there's one more thing I would include here, which is, a lot of what we're discussing right now is the path to finding product market fit. But I think it's also important once you feel like you have product market fit that you retain it, right? Because you can lose it. There's two parts to it, right? There's the product. So is your product developing in the way that users are behaving? And then there's the market, like who are your competitors? And does it still reflect the real world that you're living in? So I think that keeping a couple of metrics really top of mind that reflect, do people like your product, is really important. So I think two examples of those are NPS scores that can really tell if people are recommending your product. Would they recommend it to a friend? Do they feel like it's bringing value to them? And that's a number that you can just always have on your radar. And then also if you're working in mobile or connected TV or voice, you can also take a look at App Store reviews. They can be very helpful in understanding what is the general feeling people have towards your apps, because a lot of customers will not just be commenting on the product itself, but maybe the content or the competitors. And it's a really good place to really see what is the general sentiment around your product.
Actually, you brought up a really good point. That I'll add to that. One more thing that everyone should be looking at is the history log of queries being submitted through whatever interface that you're using. It could be voice control, could be your search field, whatever. That gives a lot of insight into the tendencies and the frustrations of people, how effective they are seeking things out and finding them.
Yeah.
I will also just add, in the B2B space, we have the same concepts, like I think it's called G2, or there's a bunch of different B2B software review sites. The other thing that we look at is analysts. So, Forrester, Gartner, and all those different analysts that are constantly writing articles about how your product compares to other products. And then finally, our support. So we have, for example, a place where folks can say, hey, this thing doesn't really work. Or, hey, can you add this thing to the solution? And we're constantly looking over the data around, hey, what people are saying to our support team to kind of get a better feel for how it's going.
Yeah, absolutely. So great. So that's really helpful learning. So it was also something that I wanted to talk about in more detail. So we've talked about, right after you've created a launch, and even at Google and even at Uber now, we've been talking a lot more about landings than just launching, right? Like, it's one thing to launch a product, but how do you land it? How do you ensure that product people are actually finding value in the products that you're using? So absolutely, completely agree with that. So we talked a little bit about the few things that should be done once the product market fit is achieved. But in your minds, what is the common indicator or metrics for when a product has achieved the product market fit? And what are the things that one needs to avoid during that process?
I'll be really brief with this one, but then I'll let you ladies answer this probably better than I. I mean, we always look at it financially, right? There's either ARR, MRR, whatever metric you want to use for your indice for product effectiveness in context. Is it profitable? Is it justifiable? Things like customer churn, all that's probably the hard metric. But again, I'll let you guys talk. I'm not a product company, so.
I mean, you hit it on the nose. 100%. At the end of the day, what we're trying to do is make money, right? That's what companies are doing, and so that's how it works. So yeah, ARR, MRR, whatever the revenue number is 100% a big piece of that. We look at a couple sales metrics too. So are we doing a better job closing deals over time? Because that really shows us that, hey, our marketing, our sales process, we're identifying the pain, we're solving the pain, we're getting better at telling the story about solving that pain. And so that's a big one that we're looking at as we are launching new things, is like, can we close these things faster? Can we show the value faster? The other one that we're looking at, I think, RMS, you mentioned, is churn. So like, are folks growing with the solution, or are they shrinking with the solution? So just kind of like, once we get them on the bus, what's their trajectory? And then how many folks are we getting on the bus is the other question. So, you know, user adoption is that other big one.
Yeah, I mean, I would think of product market fit almost like dating, you know, are they calling you back? Like, did you go on a date and they were like, this is great, let's go on another one? I think retention is probably the best indicator of if people like you, if they return and they think their last experience was good enough to warrant another one. So anything related to retention could be churn, return visits, time spent, anything like that. The metric is up to you, but that general engagement metric is really important.
One more thing I wanted to mention, because I remembered, we've been in a few experiences where our client, a major financial services institution, dominates the market, owns the market, essentially majority owner of the whole market, and is unaware when new startups and new investments being made by the VC are starting to nibble at their heels. So one of the things that we've seen be successful, and I think everyone should do with whoever is running product, is you need to be constantly scanning for the landscape, right? For the people that are emerging in the market, but then also keep a separate backlog of product debt, not just technical debt, but product debt. How is your product accumulating debt in context to the competitors that are out in the space? Because it's very, very easy to lose dominance in the current market. You know, I mean, all of us are seeing this happen on a daily basis with the major players out there.
Yeah. So keeping a tab and keeping a pulse of what's going on around you. So that's super helpful. And one question that gets or statement that gets you know, said around a lot, and I've heard it many times myself. I've read it in a few blogs. A lot of experts say that customers don't know what they want until we show it to them. What are your thoughts on this statement, like especially in the context of, hey, we already have these products that people are using, so there's definitely a pretty saturated market, but then, you know, you come here with your own brand new value prop, something that sets you apart, and then telling customers that, hey, this is what you really need. What do you think about customers not knowing what they want until we tell them?
Yeah, I think we run into that a lot at Fivetran, because I think in general, when a customer is thinking about, hey, I have this problem, their solution is oftentimes, I need a lot more configuration. I need a lot more control over the solution and exactly how, you know, what data goes where, and configuration is usually the solution that our users come to. And like I mentioned earlier, our value proposition is zero configuration. And so I think oftentimes a user comes to Fivetran and says, I need to be able to configure this thing. And then it's our job to think through, okay, what's the problem they're trying to solve there? Like, why are they asking for this additional configuration? How could we solve this problem in a non-configurable way, or a super easy to use way? So what I find is usually I'm the filter through which then we have to think of a different way of solving a problem. And then we present that different solution back to the users. And usually those types of solutions work fine. So for me, a user is asking for us to solve a problem in a specific way, but it's really just problem identification in general. When we're having those conversations, they're like, hey, I need this button. And we're like, cool, yes, you do. But like, I'm gonna come back to you and show you something totally different. And in general, that's how we've kind of maintained that position in the market, where we're maintaining our value proposition is we're listening, but we're not taking it and doing an order take.
Yeah, agreed that I don't necessarily think users know what the solution is, but I do believe that they know what the problem is. And I would say any user researcher knows probably first and foremost, you can never really trust what the user is saying in user testing. So I'll give you an example. I've definitely sat through user interviews before where a user took like a minute and a half to find a button on the screen. And then when we asked, was that easy for you? They're like, of course, yeah, no problem, because nobody wants to feel stupid. They will never blame us for our design. They'll blame themselves for not feeling like they figured it out themselves. So it's really hard to even trust when you show something to a customer if that's really what they want. There are certain like tools that you can use and tricks, like particularly at Discovery, we use a method where if we're showing a couple of different concepts, users will sometimes be like, yeah, I love all of them. But then if you say, hey, here's $10, I need you to invest in which concept you like the most, and tell me why you're giving it either $1 or $5 or 10. Then once you start getting into the why is really when you start understanding if it's going to solve their problem, as opposed to them just saying that they like it because they don't want to make you feel bad. So even, this idea of customers don't know what they want until we show it to them. Even when you show it to them, you still have to keep prying and making sure that what they're saying is actually reflective of their real motivations.
Yeah, Alexa and Simone said it best. I mean, people want to get things done. They don't necessarily know how to get it done. And it's our job as product people to design, train, and change, right? And so we can route them into that better world through the product. We don't necessarily have to have them know how to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point. So Simone, I want to ask this question. I want to start by asking this question to you, since you mentioned about, the processes that you have at Discovery being a large org in itself. So do you, or how do you approach the S-curve of product development in a large corporation like yours, Discovery, when there are so many invested teams and management and, processes, especially as companies grow, processes grow with them? How do you continue to do this product development in a large scale corporation like Discovery? And then I would love to hear thoughts from Alexa and Orima's on how you do it in your respective orgs.
Sure. So I believe, the S-curve is acknowledging that the pattern of adoption starts slow with like early innovators, and then there are adopters, and then it kind of hits a wall. I would say that actually by having such a big organization that has really built out like financial teams, legal teams, et cetera, that once you start looking at financial modeling, especially for something like subscription services or video services, that everybody pretty much understands that it takes time to get these sorts of things out to market, and then there needs to be a lot of acquisition, there needs to be a distribution plan, and that there is only so much of an addressable market, especially when you're talking about a saturated market. So I think upfront, even just outside of product, I think marketing, finance, all of these teams really work on that S-curve model to begin with. So I think it's expected at this point, especially if you're talking about subscription, because churn, and lowering your CPAs and all of those things, they're pretty distinct formulas for those types of products in the market. I'll kick it over to, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So it comes in at an advantage sometimes, having all these processes set up in place.
Absolutely, and I think that especially when you're talking about media, there are so many competitors to be looking at that it tends to follow similar patterns that everyone's sort of on board with already.
Yeah. Alexa, how about you? In your experience, does Fivetran also work on a specific S model? How do you navigate across that? Is there a lot of dependencies from different teams? How does it work?
Yeah, great question. I think we're really on the early side of the S at this point. We're a little bit early for that, and I think our team is quite early in that process as well. So Simone, you have a big team of folks. We have the tiniest team of folks. I think our company is 400 people. And so it's a little bit of a different paradigm. I will say, I've worked at a company, I've worked at Pandora, and that's definitely, we were on that S-curve. We were doing a lot of M&A to stay ahead of the market. We were, doing a lot of kind of adding additional things to kind of keep people going. And so I think it really depends on where you are in your life cycle of your company, how focused you are on the idea of an S-curve. At this point at Fivetran, we are Series C, and we're like really focused on, you know, the acceleration path. So it's kind of like we'll see. I think in a couple of years we'll start thinking about, hey, what do we need to do? Like, what kind of M&A do we need to do? What kind of acceleration do we need to do to, you know, keep our position?
We deal with a slightly different aspect of that problem, in that we're usually pulled in to organizations that are classically not product-centric organizations. They're either large services businesses or manufacturers or aviation companies or you know, banks. And it's fun to do the innovation work, and it's fun to come up with a product idea, but none of those things can really come to life if an organization doesn't long-term switch to a product-centric company, right? So everyone talks about it. Everyone talks about transformation, about, you know, everyone talks about how Uber disrupted transportation, how Airbnb disrupted hotels, and so on. But all these businesses, fundamentally, they need to adopt a product skill set. They need to go through an organizational change process. They need to adopt process. They need to become mature in the way that they use product design, the way they mature their product management skill set, the way they even implement like engineering best practices of, you know, how do you build out a testing strategy and defect prevention strategies, things like that. And then, you know, as you go from there, then you really need to track your change metrics in the organization, because if you don't get that skill set in-house, it's not a product. It's a piece of software that will become legacy within a matter of a few years. So, and not a lot of businesses do that.
Thank you for sharing that. I absolutely. To ask a more, you know, more question, which is more related to the current times. We are all in this middle of unusual times, right? Like there's a global pandemic, and the world around us has changed, and how, and in the light of uncertainties like this, in the middle of a global pandemic, how do these events like these, you know, global pandemics, uncertain market situations, actually impact the process of finding a product market fit? And what key considerations should product managers or companies be making in unusual times like these?
So I can speak on behalf of the lifestyle department over at Discovery Inc., where we're in a very unique scenario because we focus on food and home. And in the last 6 months or so, people are cooking more than ever, and they're stuck at home, so they're doing project planning for their home more than ever. So one thing I'm really proud about the organization for during this time is that they've become incredibly creative about the way that they're pumping out new content for these particular verticals. We have literally hundreds of hours of new content from different chefs and talent actually just cooking in their homes. And our kitchens are constantly drumming up new recipes for people to cook during COVID. So really understanding how does user behavior change given the current climate. But that being said, I would say we're luckier than most industries because we are so intimately home focused.
Add to that, I think kind of similarly, but not as excitingly. Fivetran is well positioned in the situation. A lot of folks are potentially more so at home, and they're like, how do we get the data we need to make sure that our business is actually working as efficiently as possible? Because oh my gosh, we're in the furniture vertical, and furniture has just died. Or whatever the industry is. I'm in travel, and travel has also just died. And so a lot of our customers are actually like doubling down in data, because data is really what informs process efficiency and cost savings. So I think similarly at Fivetran, we've kind of doubled down on our own data and looking into how can we better, monetize our pipeline? How can we do a lot more with our marketing? How can we, pivot to virtual to actually, we used to have a really big field marketing team. What do we do now? And so A lot of that, I think the idea of using data in this time is really critical to inform both how do we make more money when we actually need to be making a little bit more money, or how do we save money where we were spending too much previously. And so it's actually been quite beneficial for our business and for our company in actually using our tool ourselves.
It looks like we're all in good industries to rock through this current landscape. We're the same way. We're going to end up in 2020. We're going to end up with like 25% growth, and we're around 500 employees right now. But it's the same. Our customers are either, you asked about where are people investing. Well, companies are investing in self-service capabilities because customers need to be able to engage with services or products remotely. And on the inside of the business, companies are investing into automation and work completion frameworks, right? So you need to, as an employee that's distributed, you need to be able to use all of the tools and the systems in the business. So we're seeing that uptick on both sides because organizations need to be able to operate in a distributed fashion. Those are the two trends that we're seeing in the consulting services.
And on that trend, we just added self-service. So we're on the bus too there.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's actually a great learning about, how companies can pivot and, think about, again, meeting the needs of the customers. Their needs could change in events like these, and how can we continue to be creative about making those pivots happen and ensure that, again, we continue to serve the customers. So on that note, one question that I have for all of you were, what have been some of the biggest key challenges that you have faced for growing a product or taking a product to scale? Like the one that comes to mind when I talk about a key challenge or something that did make you that was just difficult or challenging to scale a given product that you worked on.
I'll start this one. So we've been in a couple of rollouts for multi tens of millions dollars programs, and the one thing that drastically changes in the product from that early stage, get the first set of features, the MVP out to market, get those initial wins, is that with product maturity, speed decreases, and it's an inevitable decrease in speed. It happens naturally because you have much more orchestration, you have multiple pods that are contributing into your roadmap, you have branching and conflict resolution, and you have production that you need to support, and so on and so on, and there's all of these are dragging at your attention. And so I think one of the most important things is to have a solid communication strategy with internal stakeholders and sponsors. One, so they understand how velocity is going to change as the product matures. But then two, to also have a communication strategy with your constituents who you're building the product for. And a good way to do that is to have a public roadmap, and use things like feature vote or whatever else to engage with your constituents to demonstrate how you're actually still addressing their needs and still trying to be fast. Because again, as you move through that startup to mature product, established platform, those things will change.
Simone, what about you?
Very specifically for subscription businesses, I think a lot of them have very similar issues going to scale, because when you are building a subscription product, and when I say subscription, I mean people are paying, let's say on a monthly basis, $5, whatever it might be, from the very beginning, your MVP has to be pretty loaded with features, right? Because somebody has to justify being able to pay for this month after month. And not just features, but particularly in media content, if there's a month where there aren't movies or TV shows or whatever it might be that people want to engage in, they will churn out. So there's like a constant building of this feature and user value. So I think that scaling subscription products can just be like a really heavy upfront cost and a lot of investment upfront just to get to the sort of table stakes level that people are used to when they're paying for subscription services like a Netflix or HBO or whatever it might be. So yeah, the competitive marketplace is pretty tough when it comes to that, and that will definitely keep you from scaling if you can't meet those demands from user.
I think related to that point, for Fivetran, what we've had to do is really double down. I think Arimas, you were mentioning software development best practices. So, we built this this amazing solution that's like fits a need in the market, but we also did not yet have like super robust software development processes that as you're scaling and you're growing and you're getting a ton more, enterprise customers, they kind of expect the best of the best in terms of how you're releasing, the quality that you're providing in every release, all of those things. So that's been a really strong focus for Fivetran is how do we get those like best of class software development processes and release processes so that we are constantly delivering at the quality that we need for these new customers that we've gotten. So reliability has just become so much of a focus for our tool, both because that's a big piece of our value proposition is we are providing you a service that you don't have to think about. So if it's not reliable, you have to think about it. So that's kind of been the big focus for us as we scale is how do we get the best practices into this process so that folks don't have to think about our product. At the beginning in the prototype phase, you don't have to think about that. But as you're really maturing and getting into bigger and fancier, higher expectation customers, that's definitely something that has to become kind of in the forefront of your process.
Great. With that, I think I must say that this has been an absolute pleasure and insightful session for me, especially as a product manager, learning from all of your experiences. And as I continue to think about achieving a product market fit for my products, I'm going to take away a lot of these learnings from you all. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me and for sharing your insights. It's been an absolute pleasure hosting you all. And I can't wait to implement these best practices that I learned from each of you experts. So that clearly made my day. So I'm really, really excited about that.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, this is so fun. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, my name is Mark Alfaro. I currently work at LinkedIn. I have over 15 years of recruiting experience.
My name is Helen, and I'm a product manager at Airbnb and also an instructor at the product school. The first 6 weeks of the course, we teach you the hard skills that you need to be a product manager. The last 2 weeks, we teach you about interview skills and also how to actually land that job.
I like to teach product management because it's a very high impact tool, but at the same time, it's very hard to break into.
I like helping students at product school identify what kind of companies they want to work at and then help them with the skills they're going to need to be a product manager at that kind of company.
Hey, I'm Nick. I'm a product manager at Lyft, focusing on the passenger experience.
I'm Drew, and I teach the product management class at Product School.
I'm Ankit. I've been a PM for over 5 years now. I've worked at Microsoft.
I work at Stitcher, a podcast app, and I'm a product manager there.
I'm Ryan Cunningham. I'm a product strategist at Uber Eats, and I work mostly with non-engineers here at Product School in order to teach them how to become effective product managers.
I teach a lot of the tactics and strategies of product management, everything from understanding who the user is to even assessing whether or not a product or an idea is a viable market opportunity.
You might not have a computer science degree, you might not know how to code, but you don't need to.
It's contrary to popular belief, most product managers don't actually come from a technical background.
On the side, students are working for 7 weeks towards a big final project as well that they present to the entire class.
I think what Product School does is it gives you the information, the tools, and the motivation and a group of peers to be able to help you accelerate in that path.
Whether you come from an engineering background or customer support, the curriculum is something I wish I had when I was first starting out.
Definitely would recommend it. I wish that I had it when I was learning.
welcome everybody. I'm Mateen. I'm one of the co-founders of Heap, and I'm thrilled to be here today. I wanted to thank Product School for having us, and I'm very proud to be joining all the other speakers in this lineup. So the title of my talk today is, What is an Insight and How do you get more of them? Now, the genesis of this idea came from a number of internal talks we've had at Heap. For those of you who don't know about Heap, we're a product analytics company that has pioneered what we think is a unique and immensely powerful approach to analytics, one based on auto-capturing behavioral data and then blending that data with a scientific process to make sure that you can build an amazing product. I'll talk more about this later, but as an introduction, I'll say that if you're looking for a smarter way to make product decisions, Heap is here to help. But back to insights. Where does this idea come from? At the last ProductCon in London, if you remember back when we still had live conferences, my co-founder Ravi Parikh gave a presentation called Product Analytics is Useless. Yes, that's right. The founder of a product analytics company talked about how product analytics is useless. Of course, despite the provocative title, we don't really think that product analytics is useless. What we wanted to convey was that while product analytics are in fact enormously valuable, it takes a little bit of work to make those product analytics tools valuable. The problem as we see it is that most data companies out there like to pretend that simply having data is the same as making a better product. That we think is a big problem in the analytics world. Companies pitch data as if simply giving people the right dashboard will somehow produce an amazing product. As if all you have to do is just give your product team a string of numbers and poof, out pops a world-changing product. We describe this problem with the phrase, the tool is not the action, which it isn't. Having data is not the same thing as using that data to make better decisions. Having numbers in front of you is not the same as using those numbers to actually build things and ship things for your users. What's important isn't just data, it's how product teams ultimately use the data to build better products. And mainly it's going to be about how they build data into their practices and activities. So at Heap, we're busy developing this approach that we call the scientific method for product. We think it's a better way to use data to drive product decisions. And ultimately, we think that being scientific gives teams the best chance of making something delightful. Or if you want to be more formal, producing a product that converts and retains users at a high rate. So today I want to expand on this idea a little bit. The idea that simply having a dashboard is not the goal of your analytics setup. And what we'll argue today, and what I want to claim today, is that the primary way that data produces amazing products is through providing insights. And what we believe at Heap is that insights is the key intermediary link between data on one side and awesome products on the other. Okay, so the idea that insights are important is probably not a novel idea to most people here. It's important to get insights. Everybody understands that. That's obvious. But we think there's something to be gained by being a little bit more specific here. After all, if insights are what matter, then by honing in on what an insight is and thinking carefully about how we acquire them, we can work to structure our product development processes around getting more of them. So, what is an insight? Well, dictionary.com defines an insight as an instance of apprehending the true nature of a thing. Okay, that's not that helpful, at least not for product teams. If we look at Webster, they call it the power or act of seeing into a situation. Okay, maybe a little bit better, but still pretty vague. So I'm going to offer a tentative definition we've been working on here. And note that this definition of insight is insight as it applies to product teams. And as we see it, an insight has two key characteristics. Number one, an insight changes the story you tell about your product. And number two, an insight leads you to action. An insight changes your story about your product, and an insight leads you to action. So first, let's talk about number one. An insight changes the story you tell about your product. As we see it, this is a crucial part of the picture. The basic idea is that you have a mental model, no matter how vague, about what your product is, what it does, who uses it, how they use it, so on and so forth. And of course, you should have a strong mental model about these things. If you're not thinking about the person you're making your product for, if you're not thinking about how they're using it, well, you've got some pretty fundamental work to do. In the case of Heap, for example, the story for us is that Heap is for people who want to know what users do in their product, but don't want to have to wait months to figure that out. So over time, your story should become more detailed. Not only what jobs people use it for, but what things are easy for them, what things are hard, what things they wish were smoother, more powerful. Ideally, your story also gets more sophisticated about the people who use your product. If you have an e-commerce product, for instance, you might eventually see that people who come from paid ads tend to buy a certain item, or that people who read reviews tend to convert more. If you have a SaaS product, your story might be that managers use your product differently than ICs do, or that marketing teams use it differently than finance teams do, or so on. So back to the original question, what is an insight? An insight is a piece of information that challenges your presumptions or suppositions about your product, and in turn changes the mental model about who your product is for and what those people do with it. It's a kind of cognitive dissonance that leads you to modify your understanding, or at least to refine your understanding. An insight may tell you what you thought was easy about your product actually is not easy, or that people use your product in a slightly different way than you imagined, or that a specific group of people acts differently in your product than you had thought. So that's the first piece of our definition. An insight changes your story about your product. Now that's great, but in our industry, a piece of knowledge isn't really meaningful if there's nothing to be done about it. And that's why we have the second part of this definition. An insight leads you to action. The point is that an insight is valuable not only if it changes your mental model, but if it leads you to change something about your product, or about how you sell it, or about how you evolve your company's product market fit. Let's take an example here. So one of our customers, Sur La Table, found that people who viewed the company's product pages tended to purchase more than people who didn't. That was something that refined their mental model. The action they took as a result of that finding was to drive usage to their product pages and to make it more prominent within their overall website. This experiment in turn led them to increase purchase rates by 6%. And that's the insight, a piece of information that changed their story and led them to action. Okay, so that's what an insight is. If we go back a little bit, we said that insights are the crucial link between data and product. Then it seems like you'd want to maximize the number of insights that you get. And that's what we believe, at least. A good analytics tool should maximize the amount of insights a product team acquires. The more and the deeper the insights a team receives, the better. So this leads to the second part of my tile. How do you get more of them? How do you get more insights? That's one of the big things we're working on at Heap. And again, lots of analytics and data companies pretend as if simply having data is the same as creating insights. And it's not. Numbers by themselves are not insights. The dashboards on your walls are not insights. At Heap, we believe that insights come from combining technology and process, and we're working on helping product teams build out both aspects of their stack. In what follows, I'll lay out a few of the things we're working on. These are the technologies, or the combinations of technologies and processes that we think can maximize the number of insights you have about your product. I'm going to lay out 3 of these. The first one here is this idea, make hypotheses, test with data. Of the 3 things I'm laying out in this talk, this is the most important one because it combines both technological and procedural approaches. As I said earlier, one thing we're trying to develop at Heap is what we're calling the scientific method for product. And as we see it, being scientific means 2 things. It means adopting certain approaches to product, and it means using specific technologies that make those approaches viable. Getting insights requires a combination of these things. So the general idea with this approach is that if you're looking to change your story about your product, then well, you want to be testing everything about it. And this is part of the standard scientific model. When scientists run experiments, the assumption is that the status quo is the null set, that what we already think is true. And their job as scientists is to make hypotheses that prove the status quo wrong. That should be your job as a product manager. If you want to get more insights, you need to be challenging your ideas. The way you do that is by making hypotheses. Let's say you run a SaaS site. To promote a new feature, you run a blog series describing what the feature is, how people should use it, what amazing benefits it will provide, so on and so forth. Now, of course, in writing this blog series, your hypothesis is that putting it out there will increase activation. So what do? Well, if you want to test the efficacy of your hypothesis, you measure whether people who read the blog series are more likely to adopt this feature. And if they are, great. Your hypotheses may be correct. And if they're not, then it's time to look at other methods of promotion and perhaps to save your blog writer time. That's just a small example, but the larger point here is that you should be throwing out plausible ideas that challenge your given thoughts and then use data to test the efficacy of those hypotheses. We love this approach. And in fact, at HEAP, we sometimes say, make hypotheses, not decisions. The idea is that decisions seem more fixed, they're less intractable, whereas decisions are hard to walk back. Decisions are permanent, whereas hypotheses, well, they're just tests. They're just ideas you're trying out. Getting them wrong is totally fine. It's okay to test and reject your hypotheses. That's what you're supposed to do. So the more you can look at your assumptions about your product, who uses it, what they use it for, what they do while they're there, so on and so forth, the more you can look at these as hypotheses, and the easier it will be to test for them. And as a result, you will get more insights. So make hypotheses and test with data. The second piece here, have the data at hand. So of course, the idea that you should be making hypotheses and testing with data is only possible if you actually have the data. Want to make 100 hypotheses? That's pretty easy. You can just write them down in a spreadsheet. Want to test them? Well, that depends on having data. Of course, as a product analytics company, we think having data is pretty essential. But the thing is, for most PMs, actually getting the data and then using it to test hypotheses is difficult and time-consuming. This is partially why we built HEAP. In most cases, getting data on how people use your product is difficult. First, you have to decide what you want to track. Then you have to cajole engineers into writing tracking code for you. Then you have to wait months for the data to come in. And then once you have the data, you need to know how to analyze it and structure it to get the information you want. It's unfortunately no small feat. At HEAP, we believe that getting insights, i.e. getting the information that leads you to an action, should not be difficult. When we started HEAP, we knew there had to be a better way to do all of this. And that's why we built our platform on auto capture, a technology that grabs user data immediately and automatically without the need for engineering resources. You'll always have the data you need, and you can query it retroactively. Want to know if people who look at your blog are more likely to use a certain feature or purchase a certain item? Well, with HEAP, you'll have the data there immediately ready to dig into. Why is this important for insights? Remember, an insight isn't just something that verifies what you already know. It's information that tells you something you did not already know. That's really the benefit of auto capture. It's not necessarily that you can more easily capture data about things you already do know about, though it's helpful for that too. The real advantage is having all of your data at hand easily so that you can learn about things you don't already know about. Here's an example. Let's take one of our customers, Lending Club. It's a large peer-to-peer online lender. As you might imagine, the process of applying for and receiving a large loan is complex. And as you can imagine, Lending Club requires users to fill out dozens of form fields and provide a lot of information in order to apply for a loan. Naturally, there's a lot of drop-off in this process, and Lending Club wanted to reduce it. As it happens, Alan D'Souza, the director of product analytics at Lending Club, is a big believer in data. And as his team dug in, they realized that when people saw errors, those people tended to drop off. Okay, fair enough. Luckily, however, the team had lots of data around user behavior, and they noticed something interesting. After receiving an error, some people corrected and moved on, while others, when they received the error, strangely just dropped off entirely. Well, why was this? It turns out some people who received errors continued on as if they hadn't received an error. That is, those people kept trying to fill out the form without correcting their error. And sometimes they tried to do this same thing 3 or 4 times before dropping off. Strange. Well, the team at Lending Club hypothesized that maybe these people weren't noticing the errors. It's a reasonable hypothesis. Maybe the errors weren't being displayed prominently enough, and as a result, people were getting confused and frustrated. So what did the team do? Well, they made the errors more prominent. And guess what? Conversion rates increased significantly for one of the most critical funnels in their entire user experience. The insight here is that people who were receiving errors were continuing on as if they hadn't. Seeing that people drop off isn't a particularly compelling insight. Filling out a lot of forms is boring, and that in itself is going to deter some people. Rather, the insight is that people who should be correcting errors were not correcting those errors. And that insight was what changed the story about the product and led to action. It wasn't just seeing drop off one step to another. And that insight was only available because the team had that data at hand to verify and dig into that hypothesis. Number 3 here is this idea of constant evolution and constant iteration. Finally, this is a combination of both technology and process. Something we believe in deeply at Heap is that great products are built by a series of small improvements. There's always the story about the genius who wakes up with the perfect idea fully worked out. And it's a nice story, but we at Heap have never seen that actually happen in real life. Rather, great products, as we've seen them, emerge from a process of repetition, iteration, and small improvements. You keep chipping away, and hopefully those small improvements add up to something big. Or you chip away, and one day you discover something huge that you never would have expected in the first place. What does this have to do with insights? Well, as we see it, the idea is that making lots of small changes is what allows you to have insights in the first place. You make hypotheses, you roll out small changes, and you see how those changes are adapted by the market. It's these kinds of small changes that open the door to major advancements. I'm sure everyone here is somewhat familiar with the story of how YouTube started. As most people might know, it started as a dating site. Steve Chen and his co-founders wanted to copy the popular site Hot or Not. As part of their own take on Hot or Not, they added an option for people to post videos on their site. And the insight here was that people started using the video part more and more on its own, even when they weren't trying to date other people. The insight there led to an action that changed the site, led to a series of iterations that ultimately created the behemoth that we all know today. As another example, let's take a look at Airbnb, which is famous for experimenting with just about everything. They test every single part of their site, their algorithms. All of their development is based on hypotheses, and they leave practically no stone unturned. Lots of these experiments produce no meaningful results whatsoever. And that's okay. The ones that work tend to increase revenue, engagement, and all of the key metrics that they care about. One of the quotes from their data scientists is this idea that we use controlled experiments to learn and make decisions at every step of product development, from design to algorithms. They are equally important in shaping the user experience. So in summary, these 3 ideas: make hypotheses, test with data, have the data at hand, and constant evolution, constant iteration. Those 3 things are the pillars of the approaches we take to help teams get more insights. And if you're interested in talking more about insights, I encourage you to reach out. Thank you all so much, and I hope you all have a great day.
All right. This round of applause goes to all of you for being with us for the entire day, especially to the ones who stayed up all night to follow this event live. Thank you. It's been magical and very inspiring. Continue the conversation on our lounge and all of our online communities, and also make sure that you can download all the slides. We'll make sure to also share the videos with the presentations as soon as we have them ready. I also want to thank all the speakers for giving back to the community. This wouldn't be possible without any of you, and it's a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you to all the sponsors as well: Google, Waymo, Heap, Miro, Mixpanel, Discovery, DevBridge Group, Product Board, Algolia, Mural, 5tran, and Indicative. This has been a nice experience, and I'm very proud to continue building this entire community together. If you like ProductCon and you want more, we'll be back on November 5th for our very last ProductCon of the year. So make sure to get your free ticket by the end of the week. Just go to productcon.com, and you'll also be able to see the agenda of speakers that we already have ready for the next show. In the meantime, we are always active on social media. We keep putting out together events and other resources, so feel free to stay in touch with us through Product School. It's been a pleasure. Hope to see you very soon. Bye-bye.